Ah, hello, and we're live, and it's Flag Day. So, happy Flag Day to everyone out there. And we got Andy on here. Let's see, Tactical Foot is here, Kyle is here, and Garage Guy is here so far.
And it's Trump's birthday.
Oh yeah, is it? Is yeah? It's his
That's why I tried to get a picture of a girl with a birthday cake, but the cake is down low. It don't fit in the picture.
Well, he likes blondes anyway. He likes blondes and he likes gold. Anyway, Jag One is here. Hey Jag. So hey, let's start with Kyle real quick. He'll probably come on here anyway. Okay, so he needs 311. His mold drops 312. I would try the 312 as is, and don't size him down to 309 and rely on powder coat. Don't do that.
No, that's
Either ream out your bushing, ream roll like I showed how to do. Ream roll your bushing, super easy. You can ream roll it easy, or just buy one that's 311. Just Jeff is here. But yeah, Kyle, don't rely on powder coat for size. All right, bad, no. It's not as good. So good to see you, Just Jeff, Jag, Garage Guy, Tactical Fud, and happy Flag Day. It's crazy out there, people. Hamburger Hill, yeah. Yeah, it's not crazy here. It's peaceful here, but it's crazy out there, people. All kinds of million things going on this week. Uncle John is here. Hey, Uncle John. So we have our riots or protests, depending on what city you live in. Hey, New York at least said, hey, there'll be no riots. We're taking care of this crap. Michael Hurtneck is here. Oh, hey, Michael. Oh, yeah. Good to see you, Michael. Vanessa Kitty is here. Hey, Vanessa. So yeah, there's a ton of things going on. You know, you got the Middle East, you got the riots, you got the parade celebrating 250 years of the Army, and the Democrats hate it, so you know it's good. Whenever they hate it, you know it's good. And then you got the guy running around right now assassinating people, who was appointed by Tampon Tim. Okay, he was appointed by Tampon Tim.
Yep.
And the guy was also on the panel to recruit people from Africa to come to Minnesota and make it an African state, kind of like they did with the Arabics. All right. Not Arabics, Muslims. Anyway, it's crazy town out there, people. But all is nice and quiet here. So every state probably had protesters. I think we had some, and they were told, don't even think about vandalizing or causing any violence because you will be whooped on. You'd get a good whooping if you do that around here. Anyway, nothing around here to report. Everything's quiet. The flag is up. It's Flag Day. Hopefully everyone's got their flag up. Good to see y'all.
pouring rain here with heavy winds. My flag isn't up.
It's hot. It's hot here. No wind. It's hot. It's even 70 in the basement right now, which is usually a lot cooler. So that tells you how hot it is. So, how's everyone doing? I hope you stayed out of the cities, stay out of the areas, and just enjoy life without all this fake protester bullshit. It's all paid for and supplied. All right, Kyle. Always have flags up. Yeah. Vanessa says, hi, Andy. John said, hi, Vanessa Kitty. How's it going, Andy?
Oh, depends on what you call good or bad.
Uh-oh.
So, I mean, it's a saga happening. A couple of weeks ago, I fired up the Camaro. Okay, but first, the things first is I don't really drive it much at all, so I really don't change the oil every year. I mean, if I put 100 miles on it, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not racing it, so I'm not really beating on it and stuff. So we go we put it up on the lift. We drop the oil. We change the filter. We lower it down. We put the oil back in the motor. We lift it back up. There's fluid all over the floor.
Oh, so
the hydraulic on the lift, the seal went.
Oh yeah, we talked about your hydraulic. Okay, yeah. I thought it was the car.
No, so the hydraulic on the lift went. Thank God, the car was down at this point. Thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's rained every weekend. I can't put the car out in the driveway. It's the race car. It's open.
Did you find a guy to fix it though? Because
here's what we got. My neighbor across the street, he owns a major vacuum cleaning business, meaning vacuum systems for houses and businesses and stuff like that. So he knows like everybody. So he hooked me up with a guy that does the local town, Brookhaven town. He does all the hydraulics on all the garbage trucks. And he says, "Oh, I don't want the liability." I said, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, geez,
I am pulling this thing off the lift. You're not pulling it off the lift. I'm pulling it off the lift, and I'm handing you the tube. All you have to do is take it apart and put in the new seals and put it back together.
Yeah, tell the guy you'll sign a piece of paper saying no liability.
So, yeah, this is going back.
Give him a piece of paper saying, "Hey, I just want no liability."
First of all, because my friend's talking to him, not me.
Oh.
So I said, "Tell your friend I have no idea who he is." Okay, you haven't told me his name. You haven't given me his phone number or anything like that. Tell him what do you want to fix it? Okay, and he comes back. I don't want the liability. What kind of professional mechanic that does this on industrial levels that doesn't want to deal with a little nothing that I got? I mean, it's a 6 foot long tube. It's not a small little thing, but it only holds 2.5 gallons of fluid. I mean, come on, the garbage truck holds probably 30 gallons.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like,
just tell him you'll sign a piece of paper saying no liability.
He supposedly came back to my friend across the street and gave him the name of a guy. It's a 40-minute ride from here. Okay. So I got to bring it there, drop it off. And, he ain't going to do it on the spot, obviously. And wait for him to fix it and then go back and get it. So I haven't called that guy yet because I never took one apart. I have no idea. So I'm looking at the cylinder and I say, okay, well, the front is supported by a bracket and the back has got a bolt through it that holds it to the lift. I said, how hard is this? What you do is drop the hydraulic hose. You actually got to take the hose off. Then there's a fitting between the let's say the lift and the hydraulic tube. You unscrew that from the tube. The oil drains out. You can move the piston in and out, no problem at that point, and that's it. So my point was I was going to put some more hydraulic fluid in it. The car will be off the lift, so it's not dealing with weight. Okay, it's dealing with 400 pounds of weight. Okay, it'll go right up, get it to the height where I can put my car under it. All right, So once I have it like that, I can pull the cylinder out, put the car in, and when he's got it back, I'd come back and put it in, and it's done. It's a nothing. So I'm watching videos online. I've got these 4 or 5 videos now I've seen where people actually take apart the pistons that are on the car lifts. And they're all done the same fucking way. It's nothing different about it.
Yeah.
It's like, there's 2 different ways. One, the back end spins off, okay, and you push it through the back end and all your seals are right there. And the other way is it goes through the front end and that you have the seals at the end of the shaft. So I don't know which way mine is made yet. I don't know if it comes apart. And
you might have to do it yourself. Just get the seals.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to get.
Yeah.
That's so now I found another company online, watching these videos, and I forget where they are. But this guy, when he explained how to do it, this guy was to the T. He told me everything you could think of. And he says, you guys having problems, just give us a call. We'll be glad to help you out. Really friendly. I can't think of the name. I have to look him up. I have saved on YouTube. And, there's, again, the lift that I have, I know the name of the company that actually made it. The company I bought it from didn't make it. I bought it from Eagle Lifts, Eagle Equipment. Yeah, big manufacturer for high-end lifts and gas stations and shit.
And you got an Eagle behind you. Okay, keep going.
And so I called Eagle, and I get this old good buddy down there, wherever they are, and he's telling me, oh, that lift hasn't been, we haven't had parts for that lift in 15 years. I said, well, it's a 2001 is when I purchased it. Okay. I said, it's 2025, so it's 25 years old. So he says, yeah, we don't have any parts for that no more. Okay, so I said, so you have no idea what seals go in it? No, not really. I said, okay, thanks. And he's the guy. He says, this is the company that made it. So I found them, and then I found out half the world, it's a Chinese-made lift. Okay, and half of these 4-post lift companies, and that 7,000 pounds, that's what my lift will handle. Okay. Mm-hmm. Half of these companies all sold the same lift. And the model number is an SS7000. And there were 2 versions of it, the 7000 and the XLT, which was longer. I have the shorter one. So hopefully this one company that I told you, the guy was really up on it and great. I said, I have to call. Yeah. They have the lift. They currently sell that lift.
Oh, hopefully they got the parts.
Okay, so if it's changed over the years, they may know, because they call it the same model, SS7000. There's no way it's somebody else. It's their lift. It's got to be the same thing that they're selling.
And so they probably repaired them so they can tell you what you need.
Yeah, I mean, the cylinder's not light. I don't know what it weighs. Could it weigh 80 pounds? Could it weigh 120 pounds? I don't know. Okay, so, but it's 5-6 foot long. It'll cost me a fortune to ship it somewhere.
No, not ship it. Just get the parts and have someone put it on if you don't want to.
Well, tomorrow I got one of my neighbors coming over to do something for me. And the other guy will be home tomorrow. The weather shouldn't be raining. And so the guy that's coming over loves my car. So I see how the weather is. It's not supposed to be raining tomorrow. I'll start up and pull it out for him. And then the other guy will come across the street, once the car's running. And then we can bullshit about it and say, so I just don't understand your friend just liability. Yeah. So what liability? You're doing a job. You have insurance, don't you? You're going to put it on an invoice. You have insurance, right? What liability? Unless you're doing it off the cuff for the town of Brookhaven, which I highly doubt it.
Well, just tell them you'll sign something that says no liability as long as it's working when you put it back.
He heard the lift and he got paranoid.
Oh,
I think that's what it was. He heard car lift. No, the lift goes up. It locks in place before you work on it. That's it. It's not coming. Uh, I'll get it done. It's just a matter of like, I haven't reached out to everybody. I only reached out to the one guy across the street because I know he knows a lot of people, and see where that goes. And then I have my friend that owns the shop. He may tell me, "Oh, I got this guy. Give him a call." So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I mean, he gets his lifts fixed, but yeah, they come into his place and it costs him $4,000 to fix his lift.
Okay, we got Kip here and old one guy's here. Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Well, his lifts in the shop were in the ground, so they're different world to fix.
Oh.
Okay, but now he has all above. He has, I think, only one left that's in the ground, and it was in really great shape. That's why I didn't pull it. But all the others are a big two-post. He's got two post lifts that can handle like 14,000 pounds truck stuff, and then he has another drive on his wheel alignment stuff that handles 18,000 pounds, so he can lift it up no problem.
Okay, you need Kyle to come over and visit New York. Come on, Kyle.
Yeah,
do your thing in New York there. Anyway,
I know, Kyle. I mean, can I mechanically do it? The answer is yes. I've never done it before, so it's my concern is damaging the seals when I put it back together or putting them on.
Do you have a drawing also on the way the seals go?
Oh, it's simple. They just tell you when you pull it out, take pictures. You'll see.
Well, yeah, do it the same way. Duh. Yes. Obviously.
But they show you. There's different seals, depends on what you got, but yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, depending on the type of seal you have. I mean, some seals are one side is rounded, the other side is hollow, and the purpose for that is when the fluid pushes in, it makes a tighter seal. I mean, it's obvious which way that goes. It's not hard, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'm looking at my backhoe right now. I got a big one and a smaller one by the bucket. Two different size shafts, so it's not universal.
Oh, no, of course not. But I mean,
I'm just talking about the tractor.
When I talk about why isn't Long Island considered a borough of New York City? That's a good question. I can't answer that question. Why Uncle John's asking.
What golf course is that?
Okay. Next year's U.S. Open is in Andy's neighborhood to tip off Southampton. That's where I used to race my car. It's east of me, depending on where. Actually, I'm West Hampton, and Southampton is on the other side of the island. So it's the south shore of Long Island. And it's before Montauk Point. If you pull up a map of Long Island, you just type in Southampton, you'll find it. But it's probably about, I would say, 45 minutes to an hour from actually my house to get there. Yeah, part of that's right. Long Island encapsulates a good part of Brooklyn and Queens.
All right. Well, can anyone tell me what truck that is from?
I was going to say, what's that stunt guy?
That is from a movie. Charles Bronson.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's from the movie Mr. Majestic.
Yeah, Mr. Majestic, when he was Mexican.
It was about the watermelons. All he wanted.
Yeah, but he was Mexican.
Well, no, he wasn't Mexican, but he had Mexican workers.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And all he wanted to do was get his melons in, and he had to fight all this, these bad guys just to get his melons in. And that truck, it's a 68 Ford 100. They only had one truck for the movie. See how high that is off the ground?
Yeah.
And they used the same truck throughout the whole movie. They beat the living snot out of that truck. And they only had one. Yeah. And you can see at the end of the movie, the back half is kind of crooked.
Crooked and folded up a little bit, yeah.
No, it's unmodified.
Actually, no, I mean, it went from hitting the ground, the bed is up a little bit and twisted.
It wasn't modified to do this stuff. It was a stock 68 truck. And Ford in 1976 did a commercial about it. And they said this truck was used in the movie unmodified. And there's still so many 96% on the road, according to 96 from 68. So that is impressive right there. Look at the height on that truck. And I watched the movie the other night, and they beat the living hell out of that truck. And it had the chrome arrow side trim, which that would be really collectible today. I'm sure that thing hit the junkyard, but if anyone had that truck now, that would be a famous truck just for that reason. Kind of like the Bullet car, you know, it's famous. I hope that didn't hit the junkyard, but it probably did. But if somebody found that truck, that is
if they found it and knew what and could find out where it was used, yeah, then it's definitely one of a kind, period.
And it said they had to do 2 repairs to it. You think they had to do 2 repairs during the movie, but they only had the one truck. That is awesome. Oh, I love square bodies. Anyway, I thought I'd ask the question. When people come on later, I'll ask them again, so don't say nothing. All right. When I saw the movie earlier, a long time ago, I thought it was boring. And then I watched it last night or the other night, and I thought it was awesome. It wasn't boring at all. It was so good. Good actors. Yeah, it was good. The bad guy was good. His sidekick was good. The sidekick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all the movies were totally different.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have the special effects that we have today, but the effects they had were more real.
Yeah, no, they really did. Yeah, they did it. So, and I love the opening scene. He owns a watermelon farm, and these guys come up and said, you know, he has his own migrant workers, which is kind of like talking about today, you know, migrants and stuff. And the gas station guy wouldn't let him use the bathroom and all that stuff. Anyway, the guy's saying, we already got your workers, okay? And they're out there picking his watermelons. He said, get them off my property. And he's like, no, they're cheaper by the hour. You're going to use these workers. And the guy, I forget the actor's name, he pulls out a shotgun out of the car, and Charles Bronson grabs his shotgun, hits him right in the crotch with it, and then kicks him in the face. That is my favorite scene. So, well, there's a bunch of them. But anyway, that's what that truck's from. Mr. Majestic. I forget what year. It was 70-something. 70-something. But anyway, that was fun to watch again, and it wasn't as boring as I remember. So it's actually a really good movie, good actors.
Yeah, I just watched the new movie that's recently released called The Amateur. And I'm not good with these new actors' names and stuff. When I see his face, I know I've seen him before and stuff. But it's the short. His wife travels for business and whatever. He's kind of like a doofy guy, but he's a good guy. You know, his job is watching. How should I call it? Watching all the communications between the undergrounds in the world, you know, looking for, you know, watching for terrorist attacks and all those crap and whatever. And he's really smart, but he's like a doofy guy. So his wife is overseas, whatever. There's something going down. and they grab his wife as a hostage and they kill her.
Mm.
Okay, that's the premise of the show. So he's got all this information on, he works for the FBI or whatever agency it is, and he's got all this information, pictures, the people, and all, and they won't do nothing. So he's going nuts. He keeps pushing it. So they're watching him, but they send him to like a boot camp, and there's the guy at the boot camp is, trying to discourage him from doing his thing, and he says, I don't want to physically shoot him and kill him. That's not my need. Okay. He wants the guy to basically get killed some stupid way. All right. Where he planned it all, but he actually didn't pull the trigger type thing.
Mm.
And he gets 4 people. The 4 people, he gets all 4. And it's like each one is a different thing, how he conjures up and gets the information. And it was very intriguing and made your mind work, but it wasn't like a shoot 'em up action movie. So it's just the way he went about getting everybody, and the end result at the end. There's somebody new thinking there's something going on in the FBI or whatever he's in has approached him to try to, have you seen anything? And you don't hear what's going on, but meanwhile he's obviously in the background feeding them information about the crimes and how they didn't want to help him or do anything about it, and what. So the whole group of people from the FBI are involved with this thing in the background, letting things happen. So the whole FBI gets torn apart by this guy. It's like amazing what happens. It was intriguing, very intriguing.
Yeah, I haven't seen any newer movies. I just watched the older ones that are free. But okay, Chessboard is here, and he does his own little style of videos. And I watched a movie the other night, and then that was a remake, and then I watched the original from 1950. And I was like, this is Chessboard and I almost did bits of it. But then I thought, no, it's kind of a Chessboard style. So that movie is right up Chessboard's alley. It talks about the Constitution. There's these plaques and everything and some other stuff. And he's telling her about it. And she's I forget the name of the movie. Anyway, that had Chessboard written all over it. He could put it in his spiel for our Second Amendment rights and everything. And it's the 1950s. That was the original. And that was awesome. I watched both movies, the modern one and the older one. And I thought of Chessboard. And I didn't want to do a knockoff Chessboard type deal. So I just let it go. But I had scenes from it that were... they are so Chessboard. Anyway, sorry, Chessboard. I can't remember the name. They made it in 1950. Then they made it in 2000 and something with. Anyway. That was good. I watched. I watched one I've seen a long time ago. Guarding Tess was good.
Yeah.
That was really good, especially the ending. And there was one I watched last night no one would have ever heard of. And that one was really good. It was just all acting, no car chases. That one was really good. What's the actor? I can't remember actors' names. Damn it. He's got a son that's an actor. Anyway. So, oh, heck yes. Let's do this. What? Oh. Wait a minute. Better snag some grapes before. Oh, jeez. Kyle is here. Hang on. Kyle. How you doing, Kyle?
What's up?
Don't rely on powder coat, Kyle. Just ream your sizer or get another one. And then ream that if you have to.
Yeah, I think I've got a 311 bushing somewhere, but
Well, you can make them. You can make them 311 also. Oops.
Well, I know that, but I needed a 309 too.
Well, you need a 309 just for 309. I like 309.5, but and I ream it to 309.5 if it's not, depending on your alloy, because lead and hard cast is different. You know.
I understand.
So we got Rollis here also. How's it going, guys? Happy Flag Day.
Hey, what's up?
Speaking of Flag Day, Jim, my wife just got back from the beach, and I've got a very cool shirt for you.
Well, why aren't you wearing it?
I am wearing it, sir.
Okay. And you're wearing the Tin Man style wife beater tonight.
Hey, Rollis, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Happy birthday to your organization of 250 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anybody? I don't know if Jim or Dr. Zink were in the Army, but anyways, the watching the parade off and on all night or today.
I tried to watch it, but it was nothing but a bunch of boring ass newscasts.
Yeah, if you watch on screw TV, screw the media, you got to watch it in videos and stuff. You know.
Yeah, I'm going to catch highlights. I was trying to watch it on Next American News or something like that on YouTube, and it was like 2.5 hours of just, forgive my French because I know it's early in the show, but bullshit.
BS. Yeah, it's BS. Yeah. Well, the good news is you can forward and, you can forward. Yeah.
Like I said, we were popping in and out between that and the riots. So, and up in Jacksonville, they had some protesters, but they were standing on the road going, Trump sucks. And that's about the highlight of,
Yeah, they had a
Northeast Florida.
They had a peaceful get together in Atlanta where they sang "Kumbaya" and said "No King."
Yeah.
That's about all that was there. The state patrol was there.
I like it. Yeah,
binoculars and scopes, looking at everything, going, "These are idiots." Why are we here?
There was like 80,000 people in some place in Pennsylvania, but I didn't hear much about it.
Well,
hey, we got
most of the people who are angry and whatnot, that's LA, that's New York City, that's Chicago, maybe Houston. Yeah. And that's, as far as the protesters go, it's just people who are bored. I mean, the youngest looking protester that I saw for the 5 minutes on the news I was watching looked like they're about 10 years older than me. So,
well, I didn't have time to watch all the protests because I was at work today. My bad.
Burnaby Sanchez is here. How's it going, Burnaby? Yeah, it's just it's all paid for, and then you have the sheep followers that also follow. But yeah, it's all paid for. Bull crap. I like what Trump said when they asked him about being king, and he said, "If I was king, I wouldn't have to deal with this stuff."
Exactly.
In the press and everything. If I was king, why would I be dealing with all fighting Congress and everything? What the hell?
Yeah, my life would be so much easier. Just
away,
peasant.
It was a good answer. It was a quick answer and a good answer. Yeah.
He's good at those.
Screw these assholes. Hopefully it's done now. They got their little tantrum done, and then the paid for by all, Soros, the owner of Walmart, heir. She's an ex-wife or whatever. Yeah, not ex-wife.
Yeah, she's a daughter. She's a daughter.
Well, she married to the guy who died. Yeah, she married to the guy that died, and then Walmart comes out and says, "No, that's not our policy. She has nothing to do with us. She just has the,
own stock."
She's got the stock. Yeah, she's got the stock, and she should shut the hell up, because that's not what we're thinking here, people, the CEOs and everything.
Well, it doesn't matter to me about Walmart. I hadn't been inside of one in 25 years.
Well, all the CEOs and stuff are pissed off at her because now their sales are going way down. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Walton is turning in his grave. Yeah.
I've actually got a Sam Walton edition Remington 1100 downstairs in the safe with a gold inlay of his picture, and I mean it's a very nice shotgun.
Wow, I didn't know there was a Walton shotgun.
I've got a 20 gauge and a 12 gauge.
What are they, 1100s or 870s or
1100s or semis?
Were they sold at Walmart?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Where else would you sell them?
It's like a Sears. It's like a Sears deal. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a nice shotgun. I've only shot about maybe a box through it. It's one of them safe queens. I mean, it's so pretty. I don't want to take it out and mess it up.
Yeah. They just put their name on it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they Remington would stamp a commemorative on for everything. I've seen Dale Earnhardt's and probably I mean I can't think of too many off, but there's all kinds of you pay Remington enough, they'll stamp, or at least back in the old days they would stamp anybody's name on it.
Yeah, they're right now. PSA has a Trump fight AK. Where he's the ear.
Right.
And, yeah, they have an AK, and it's on the wood furniture. So it's like, why don't you sell the furniture instead of asking too much for that AK? Yeah.
I kind of wouldn't mind having one of those.
Well, hopefully all they did was just print some stuff on the wood, and there's a symbol on the magazine. There's nothing like the receiver engraved or nothing.
Oh, so it's not engraved. It's just like a overlay sticker or something.
Yeah, they're just doing a cheap money grab for a Trump thing. You've seen they even have a Trump Glock, 1911s, all that stuff.
Well, and then one of the receiver manufacturers have a Punisher Trump on the side of the AR lower. I forget who. Yeah, most of those were probably made by Mossberg. And then, there's Punisher Trump lowers that you can buy from 59 or whatever.
Yeah, there's tons of Trump PSA lowers. Yeah.
Hey, talking about lowers, apparently Anderson is going tits up. So
what?
That's what I'm hearing.
Geez, the Poverty Pony. Come on, they're good lowers. Geez.
You might want to just grab one to throw in the safe so that the kid 50 years from now can say, "Yeah, I still got an original Anderson, not even used yet."
I think he has one Anderson lower. Yeah, and it's just fine. It's all spec, like anything else.
I've got several. They had them on a Black Friday deal at my local gun store. This was several years ago. They were $30 a piece. And so I said, "How many can I get?" He said, "As many as you want." I said, "I'll take 5."
Yeah.
So Barnaby says Ruger bought the company.
Did they? Okay.
Okay. So wow. Okay.
Well, I didn't know they were going out of business. I just thought it was a good deal for $30 for a lower.
Yeah, but that was what, 2-3 years ago? Because I probably bought some when they.
Yeah, they've always had sales.
Chessboard.
Yeah.
So now we have to figure out who the low end. I did an Anderson earlier this year, and it was just a pain in the ass. And
really,
yeah. Well,
wow.
It was the biggest problem was I wanted to use the anti-walk type trigger pens. You know what I mean? The ones that have the screws that.
Yeah.
And I probably have or at least a half dozen packs that I've put away over the years, and I've never had any trouble with the Andersons or the Smith and Wesson. But when I went to use them on the Arrow, the holes were just too small.
Oh,
So,
you're saying the Arrow had the problem, not the Anderson.
Yeah, no, not the Anderson. The only trouble I've had with the Andersons is if I'm using a 10 round AR-15 mag and I fill it all the way up to 10 rounds, it seems like on like 3 or 4 of my rifles, you just got to either smack the shit out of it to get the seat. And I don't mean just the classic. I mean, you just got to really send it home, or you have to do it with the bolt open, because apparently they milled a bunch of them with the magazine latch being just slightly, I don't know if it's too high or too low, but I never had trouble with the 20 or the 30 rounders being fully loaded. But if I try to use a 10 rounder, and I like to use 10 rounders when I'm, shooting on the bench and stuff, then you just gives you more room to work with.
And the rifle's not up here; it's down here.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you try a different mag release?
No, not yet. I mean, it's such a minor problem. I'll just open the bolt up and seat the mags that way.
Yeah, one of my Mini 14s was the same way. You put a 10 rounder in there, and it just didn't like it at all.
Yeah, and then and apparently, like I said, I have 2 or 3 that are like that, and I was listening to a Focus Trip show, and he was talking about how he's had that problem. So I guess it's a common, and it's just probably a case of stacking tolerances. They machined it just slightly out of spec or at the one end, and then using just regular mil spec Midway USA or Brownell's mil spec trigger, or spring kits and all that, the lower kit.
Well, here's what I've figured out through all my years of dealing with mechanical things. If I can smack it with my hand, that's a 2/1000 tolerance.
Okay.
And 2/1000 can be a lot when you're dealing with very specific things. Now, a hammer, depending on the size of the hammer, is anywhere between 8 and 30 thousandths. So, I mean, if you want to close the gap by 1/2 inch, just smack the shit out of it with a 48-ounce dead blow, and that baby will go home. You may never get it back out, but it'll seat.
Yeah, I don't think I have to go to that.
But you know what I'm saying. That whack that'll give you 2/1000ths.
20 rounders are short anyway, so
a lot of times like I said, the 20 rounders and 30 rounders are no problem. So being that it's a 10 rounder, you probably get real close tolerances anyways.
Yeah.
But,
and
sometimes I'll load up the 10 rounders with one specific load, write it on there, or put a sticky note on it, and I'll have 10 rounders with 10 different loads in it. Just saves you one more step at the gun range.
That's the only magazines that I've had problems with are non-standard capacity magazines.
Yeah.
If it was what the gun was built for, it'll eat them all day long.
Well, I have a Colt 9-round hunting magazine that
I'm sorry.
the guy gave me because he was just pissed off about the concept.
Yeah,
and it was like, well, yeah, that's understandable, but they do have uses. Works in a bunch of my guns, but I have one rifle and this is a Colt factory mag, and it just doesn't work in. I think it's my bolt, my UP-15 that doesn't work in. Just doesn't play well with that, and that's an Anderson lower there. But just for some reason, it just doesn't want to feed right.
I've got several Anderson lowers, and I don't have a problem with any of them feeding anything.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got metal mags, I've got polymer mags, multiple different, round capacities and all that stuff. Just because it's what my buddies have sent me over the years.
Yeah,
I would never buy a 10-round AR mag, but I've got several of them. So
Yeah. Well, like I said, I like to use 10 rounders because it lets you get just lower on the bench or it like we just discussed, it just allows you a little more plus on when I'm shooting the varminter, the Bushmaster varminter, I can get when I get in that groove, it's good to have the 10 rounder in there instead of a 20 or a 30 because you don't want to get that barrel rocking too hot.
Right.
Yeah. Try to get a little bit. Yeah. It's going to wear out eventually, but just like I've said before, like with barrels are like tires. You take it a little bit easy on them, they'll last you a long time. If you sit in the driveway and do burnouts all day, not going to last.
Yeah.
Hey, Andy, did you shoot this week?
Hell no. I worked. I worked. How am I going to go shoot?
Andy.
I work for a living, unfortunately.
It's too hot. It's too hot here. I got to wait till afternoon. There's no way I'm boiling in the sun.
Oh, you're such a big-footed ninny muggins.
And we got a big umbrella, but no.
Tim, you need some humidity in your life.
No, I'm done with humidity.
You need 100 degrees and 90% humidity. And then you can bitch to me about it being too hot to go shoot.
Gunspotter is here. Oh, you took acid, did you?
Well, I mind having a little bit right now. I got a long weekend.
Yeah, the weather hasn't. We've had rain almost every weekend here. The temperature's been okay, but it's been raining.
I would love rain. I would love rain right now. I got to water the garden every day.
Angel's been on vacation for a week, and she came back, and she's like, "Why is the pool so cloudy?" I said, "Honey, you don't understand. I have drained about 7 inches of water out of this pool. It has rained every damn day since you've been gone. We just had a hell of a lot of rain."
Sorry, Gunswatter. I was out back writing my initials. And I got 2 U's. It doesn't even look like a J, so I'm not showing it.
You got the 2 Utes?
2 Utes in the back, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, last couple of weekends I've gone up to Minnesota to deliver. So nothing. And then this weekend I just wasn't motivated. I got stuff I want to get loaded up for 4th of July.
Minnesota, you poor bastard. Stay out of
Jeremy Clarkston fix for everything is a hammer. That's funny.
I mean, their politics up there kind of sucks, but I like it up there. I'm going to North Dakota. I'm going up to Verona, Tennessee, and then Waycross, Georgia, and then I'll go up to I can't think of the name of the town in North Dakota, right there on the line. But the next couple of weeks up until 4th of July is going to be pretty busy, which is good. I got friggin' bills like everybody else.
Well, if you run out of shit to do, stop by and we'll have lunch.
I'm always tempted because I normally go right up through there.
Exit 290.
Yeah,
I live close enough to the interstate. Hell, I'll meet you there.
Well, like I said, I think when I'm coming back, when Susan and I are coming back from Ohio, we got a little bit of time because you've driven truck. Just my schedules, Gotta get to Savannah, get to the tank wash, and get the trailer from the tank wash down to the next customer so they can have it loaded in time for the next guy to roll out or for me to roll out.
And if you can save 6 hours here, that's 6 hours you have later.
Exactly. Yeah. That's like last Saturday, because I was able to, everything just went perfect. I was able to get home 2 hours earlier for just 2 more hours at the house.
Yep.
So,
And that matters.
mm-hmm.
It may not seem like a lot to a lot of people, but it matters.
Yeah. Susan's, she got kind of spoiled earlier this year because I was home a lot on the weekends, and had a lot of three-day weekends. And then things finally broke loose there at the end of April. And it's like, she's like, you're supposed to be home every weekend.
No, you got to make the money when you can make the money.
Yeah, exactly. So, and she understands that. I mean, we've been married for 20 years now, so she's had to deal with this for 20 years. So
it's a roller coaster. Learn to ride it.
Mm-hmm. When I turn 70, I'll find a job driving a dump truck and just
that way you can piss everybody off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, chessboard, are you still here? I went back and looked. Chessboard, reply if you're still here. I got to go back to Uncle Jim 3. Let's see. Thorsax.
Yeah, there's Thorsax.
Hey.
Oh, hey, man.
How you doing, Dave?
Yeah. I'm doing okay. My internet is giving me problems today, so I might end up jumping off.
Well, you sound okay.
Well, that's cool. Yeah.
I've
been having this whole thing about it'll be just fine for a while, and then it goes into this whole thing about loading, and then it's okay, then it goes back into it's just they're working on it. My landline phone doesn't work. They're doing something. I don't know what it is.
You still have a landline phone?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's reliable.
You do know that they have indoor plumbing now, right?
It's reliable, Kyle.
Not at the moment.
Yeah, not at the moment. It's not, but
yeah. How reliable is it?
My cell phone. When the power goes out, my cell phone doesn't work, but my landline still does work. So it's kind of nice.
Well, wait. Why doesn't the phone work when the power goes out?
Different power.
No.
Yeah, the power on your landline comes through the landline, and it's like 9 volts.
Yeah, 9 volts or 12 volts. Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, but you're saying if your cell phone dies, the battery dies, then you can't?
No. If the power goes out, then the towers go down.
I haven't had that issue at all.
For your cell phone.
Well, yeah, but he's in a different area too.
Yeah, the towers will go down if the power goes out, and they won't be able to broadcast for your cell phone. So your landline will still work.
Dave, it sounds to me like you need to move to America.
Yeah, I never had a cell phone go out during the power.
No, don't even get me started on that.
But I've never had a cell phone go out during the power.
I noticed you guys didn't mention Seattle when you were talking about all the riots.
We were just waiting for you to give us on the ground report.
It's almost like our government up here is trying to pour gas on the fire to get it going. That's all they've been talking about. Ferguson said he would sue Trump if Trump was to send in the National Guard if there was any insurrection down in Seattle. And I thought to myself, so what you're saying here, Mr. Ferguson, is that you don't care about personal property being destroyed, millions of dollars worth of, personal property being destroyed, and not just that, the support vehicles or whatever is going to go down there, try to control the rioting, and you don't care about people. People are going to get killed or whatever. You don't care because it's all about the due process of law. Because you're a lawyer. Well, eventually those people will be caught, and then eventually they will go to court, and eventually they'll have to go through the due process of law, and it's almost like that just doesn't make any sense to me. Why don't you just send the National Guard in there, beat some heads in, and then they won't do it anymore?
Well, I'll just sit right here in Safetyville with my bag of popcorn and my Coke and wait for eventually to happen.
Well,
Okay,
it hasn't happened yet. In fact, the groups of people that have been getting that have been gathering over there has been small compared to LA. I mean, LA's like out of control, but in Seattle, it's not really taking off, and I think that our democratic liberal government up here is a little mad about that because they really want that to happen.
Jag One is here. Hey, Jag One. Okay, funny thing about funny thing about landlines. When we moved in here, the people that built this house, they have telephone landline outlets everywhere. I got one in the master bath in the bathroom next to the toilet. Yeah, it's the kind that clicks on, So I got these plates with the telephone line. I gotta get rid of and repaint eventually, or just leave it for nostalgia.
I would just leave it.
I have right at my
all this yard selling you guys do. Find some old telephones and just hang them on the wall there, just for the hell of it.
You know what? That's a good idea. Get some really retro ones and stick them on the wall there, because it's right there. It's shoulder height when you're sitting on the toilet, so you can answer the phone.
I remember when my kids came to live with me in this house. There's a phone outlet in the kitchen, and my oldest son, this is back when he was young, he goes, "What kind of USB port is that?" I said, "Son, that's where the phone used to be." He goes, "Don't you keep the phone in your pocket?"
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you think about it, like I have my computer hardwired to to my cell. I have the T-Mobile 5G, but the Wi-Fi was a little bit weak in this room, and this computer just a Walmart $200 special. So I just landlined it, and it still used the same. I don't know what they call the cable, but it's the same line, phone line that we've been using for.
The blue one.
Yeah, the old telephone line. So.
Okay, William Gangley is here. He's got a good idea. Turn those outlets, everything's wired. They got them everywhere. Turn them into intercoms. However, we just use the cell phone and text. I text the boy, "Hey, dinner's ready," or whatever, But yeah,
right.
We can do intercoms. That's a great idea. I like the retro phone idea, though. Go get some really retro looking, like avocado colored.
Hell yeah. Hell yes. Hell yeah.
And stick them on there. You might as well have them on there, and people would be like, "What the hell?" They're visiting, they're taking a dump, and they pick up the phone. It's like, "Son of a bitch, no ring."
And another thing you can do is remind people that this is how you used to end a phone call, and you slam the phone down, it goes ring.
Yeah, it's funny.
What's funny is that at work, they had me order some phones, and so I was looking up different phones to get, and the way that we had the phone system, engineered there is that it would call the coordinating office, and what we do is what they would do is they would set up these phones on the boat. So where if you needed something or whatever, you could call the coordinating office and get it, get the ball rolling on it. So anyway, they left it up to me to order these phones. So I'm looking, and you know what? I found red phones that, there's no dial because the dial is, in the system. As soon as you pick up the phone, it's going to dial, the coordinating office. And so, but as soon as you pick up the phone lights up and it's red. So every time you pick up the phone glows red. And, just like the old bat phone. That was kind of cool. And yeah. And they said it was actually a good idea because, when you're down there on the boat and people are talking and you got stuff moving around and people, there's a lot of noise and everything. When you pick up that phone, people can see that you're on the phone. So everybody tries to, quiet down. So it was a good idea. It had another effect that was pretty positive. So, yeah, they were only like, you know what? Those phones were only like $6 a piece. They're cheap. Yeah.
But
Well,
once the government turned in the expense report, they were $697 a piece.
Yeah.
No, these were shipped right to us. Shipping and everything. They were $6 a piece. I bought a pallet of them. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about taking one of them home and put it in my garage. So you just pick up the phone.
Well, see, that's like with Mary, my dispatcher. She pretty much runs the show there. But anyways, she has her company phone, the hardwired company phone with 10 extensions or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she has her personal cell phone, which we call it the right call number because she uses that for just the right call drivers mostly. Then she has two other company cell phones that she works with. So I mean, the poor girl. I mean, she's none of these teenage girls have anything on her as far as juggling phones around.
Well,
You need a fleet carrier for the phones.
We had test phones that when we'd have to go out there and test the phone system, and the test phone had all kinds of different options and stuff, and it came with different plug-ins, so you can plug into any type of circuit that you really wanted to. And that phone right there, that was kind of cool because for your test phone, the phone company considers it as a service, so they don't charge for the use of that phone, which we kept it on the low T. We didn't want people taking those phones home. But yeah, those phones were actually only like maybe, I think they were like $18. That was it, $18 a piece. So we got this whole thing about government spending is what it is that they take into account everything. In other words, our initial cost was $18. But, the company had to pay their employees, and then they had to pay to have it made, and then they had to store it, and then they had to, get it out of their storage, and then they had to ship it. And then they had to, have UPS run it or whatever, and then they had to drop it off. And so what they do is they add all these costs together. They say, well, the government's out there buying these phones, and they're $6,000 a piece. No, they only cost the government $18. The rest of that money was absorbed by the system. The government didn't pay that. So there you go.
Sean Murray is here. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to watch out about that whole $600 toilet or $1,200 hammer, because that just simply doesn't exist. That's bull crap. That's just the added cost of everything.
Yeah, that is a typical Ford though. Can't even stay on the road.
Oh, that was on purpose. That was a good boy.
Man, I love those old square bodies that Ford had. Those were sexy rigs, man.
Well, they
were a sexy rig.
I mentioned before, but people are just coming on or whatever. You know what movie that's from?
I think. It's obviously a 70s movie.
Charles Bronson, Mr. Majestic.
Oh wow, yeah.
And they only had one truck for the whole movie, and they beat the crap out of that truck. And it was unmodified for jumps. They beat
Those
the
old
crap out of it.
those old cars that we had, man. The old cars we used to drive around in, they could take it. I'll tell you what, they could take it. I mean, oh yeah, they could survive a teenager.
Yeah, that's 1968 100, and they only had the one truck. And in the movie, they beat the living crap out of that truck.
There's a big retro. Well, I don't know how big, but I've seen a few of them around here, where they're taking the old square bodies and they're making sure that they have an actual front axle, 4-wheel drive, true front axle, and not just just like a Jeep. It has dual. I'm drawing a blank here, guys. I'm sorry, but has the dual pumpkins under it. Solid axles instead of CV joints and all that crap. And they're just looking really sweet. Problem is, those older Fords, they're kind of cramped on me. So, but they're looking good, and you find one like you were saying earlier.
If they could only find that truck, but it probably hit the junkyard, that'd be worth a lot of money, because that's a famous truck beat up movie. Beat the hell out of its truck movie.
I think Jay Leno did a special about the Steve McQueen bullet car, like the
There was
Mustang.
two of those. Yeah, there was two of those.
It was in somebody's barn for like 20 or 25 years, if I remember correctly. I mean, and somebody found it and did a rebuild on it and everything, brought it back. But the guy knew who, he had the Providence, and he bought it, and he was gonna fix it up a little bit and just, but he never got around to it and just sat in the barn for a long time.
Yeah, there was two of them. One was owned by Steve McQueen owned one of them for a while, and the family. And then there was another one. The other car was in a junkyard. Okay, all parted, half parted out, and they found the serial number, and that's the second car. So the family of 5, 6, 8 years ago, they sold the Steve McQueen car that he actually owned because he wanted the car, and then they drove it as a daily driver.
Okay.
The other one was more used in stunts, so they had two cars, but that family sold it and got huge bucks. And I would love to have a fastback with bullet on the license plate. I'd love it.
You can, and you can't find. I haven't been able to find the actual movie. You still have to rent it, even though it's a 40-year-old or 50-year-old movie. But you can find the chase scene that and you can find that online there. And you about every 6 months, I wind up watching it just to sit there and
where he loses 16 hubcaps in one chase scene.
Exactly.
Yeah, that car lost so many hubcaps. The Charger, yeah.
However, you know what would be the find though, and is there's a green Volkswagen Beetle, and you see it in a lot of the scenes, and the other stuntmen were using that to control the traffic while they were filming the actual scenes, and it's become its own little Easter egg in other movies and just shows and stuff. If you could find that old Beetle, you'd probably actually have something that'd be just as valuable as the actual Mustangs.
Yeah,
I think
there was a bunch of Fords. There was a bunch of Fords that I think Clint Eastwood went and bought from the movie company because he just liked driving them around, and that's the ones that they did all the Dirty Harry scenes back in the 70s. Those Ford LTDs that they were driving around. Yeah, he liked them. Yeah, so he bought them. I mean,
There we
the
go.
movie company was just going to go ahead and just auction them off, and I guess Clint Eastwood said, "I'll buy them all." He did. They're comfortable to drive.
What I like about Clint Eastwood, he's got a lot of money, movie star. He drove station wagons, old trucks, old station wagons. I love that. Love that. Hey, we got Ozark here.
What's
Yeah.
happening there, Mike?
How's it going, sir?
Oh, I've been in watching the parade and realized, crap, the chat's on.
Is the parade still going on? Mm-hmm.
Well, I got on C-SPAN's YouTube channel and I started from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
I've got a nephew that's marching in it today. He's part of 10th Mountain.
Oh, okay, cool. How's it going? You were just doing a cabinet or something. What's that for?
It's actually 2 television stands that can be put back to back to turn into a coffee table. So that's for a client of mine that we built a bunch of B&Bs for. I've got 13 walnut logs they gave me we cleared for a project to build them a couple of cottages, and said, well, I'll build you something out of it. She was like, well, I've decided what I want you to build, but I don't want walnut, I want oak.
Did you finally get that guy over with his bandsaw?
No,
Oh,
we've been in contact with a couple of folks, and we're going to end up taking the logs somewhere to get milled. So we got 2 or 3 options there. It's just, getting the equipment here, getting them on trailers, dragging them around. So,
yeah. In fact, earlier I went to Tacoma this week. A friend of mine had a blowdown that happened a couple of months ago, and it's been in his backyard. And he didn't know what to do about it. I told him, I said, "Hey, man, I'll come down, I'll saw it up for you, and we'll do that." And so that's what I did. I threw the 038 Magnum in the back of the car, and away I went, man. I went down there, and we got that thing cut up. He was talking, though. He's from the East Coast, and he's talking this, oh, man, it's a big tree. It's a big tree. He keeps talking about how huge this tree is. So, I go down there, and it's like that big around at the base.
Firewood around here.
Good God, yeah.
I would have brought my little saw. I would have brought my Husqvarna if I knew it was like that.
We've got one crotch. It's 54 inches wide.
Yeah, that's a biggie. That is a biggie.
Oh, it's right there.
The thing is with those is that when they get like that, it's a labor of love, because you got to use a saw that has a lot of torque and low RPM when you mill those. If you're gonna use an Alaskan sawmill on it, especially if you're gonna cut it off at the base, you got to have a saw that can turn a huge and not lose torque. Low RPM and a lot of torque. That's what you want for a tree like that.
I've got a rip blade, and I can do up to 40 inches with the bar on our Alaskan mill. Haven't done one that big yet. So,
well, if you slab it from the top, from the top, and then get on it with the tractor or whatever, and roll it over, and then brace it, and then just go ahead and slab it again, then you can go ahead and you can kind of engineer, how.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of shims to put in them as we go.
Yeah, but you want to go full length, right, with a live edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see that. That's where it's going to be kind of tricky. Yeah, I've actually made boards. I've made boards freehanded. I freehanded made boards with my saw before, and I just use a nail and a string, and I go around the string, and I hold it as steady as I can using the bottom of the tip of the bar. I get a channel going, and once I get all the way down the channel, you'd be amazed how accurate you can be that way if you hold the saw right. Yeah. So, but that's only on smaller stuff. We wouldn't even on yours.
We're gonna get some done into lumber, some done into slabs.
I'll tell you what,
compared to how long it takes with Alaskan mill, it takes a long time.
Yeah, they're not for speed. You guys got some beautiful hardwoods down there. I'm telling you,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely beautiful hardwoods.
Yeah,
I mean,
these
up
are
here-
correspondent red oak that of what I'm making today.
Yeah.
Michael Scribner is here. Hey, Michael, how's it going? Good to see you.
All right, guys, I'm going to bail out. Everybody have a great weekend.
Andy, good to see you. Been good to
Hopefully-
visit with you.
Hopefully, you can get out shooting, Andy.
Not till next weekend, maybe.
Okay. Hopefully, get that hydraulic done too.
No, that we're still working on.
Okay. Take care. Thanks for coming on, bud.
Hey, Tychus.
You know, interesting enough, one for Kyle. I know Kyle's into guitars, so is Jim. There's an outfit that makes all the high end bodies for Fender, and they're right up there in Quillisi. They're like maybe 30 miles away from my house, and they make those out of Northwest black oak. It has a sign right out in front of the place that if you have a Northwest black oak, you call them up, they'll come out and they'll harvest it and they'll take the whole thing. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But they make all the high end bodies for the Fender guitars.
I would just like a couple of cookies out of them, make my own.
Hey, you can do that.
You got some big old cookies in your yard. It's got a big crack in it, but it's,
Yeah. One of them's got a huge crack in it. Yeah.
We got Texas 6 is here. Good to see you, Ricky. He had some small primer pockets in the 7mm, so he had to fix that. Recent video. That's today's video.
Jim, you need to do a spoof country western with you sitting out in the garage with your guitar and singing us a sad ballet. Yeah, you need to do it, man. I mean, you need to do it. Just sitting there in a folding chair with your guitar, singing your song about Trump and how screwed up everything else is, Democrats and everything, and put it to country western music. I guarantee people would watch it.
Well, tell that to my fingers. They're versions. I haven't touched a guitar in a long time.
Well, it was all that I could do. Keep from crying.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to start off with Oil Quench Sight. Ozark got that one. Oil
Baffles in the morning.
I had a bad night with my oil quench sight.
What you won't do, you'll do for Trump. You tried everything. But you won't give up.
So, Dave, you were talking about infatuation with guitars. I took my Les Paul, one of them, to a recommended person to do a little tune-up on it and pretty much reset it and, get it back to playing again. It's been hanging on the wall for 15 years. And I took it to him, got it back, and this thing plays like a brand new one.
Mhm.
And let me show you something.
Oh, yeah.
I got a little too bendy with the strings.
got a little blood blister going.
Yeah, baby.
Wow, that's
How
bad.
often you change your strings out? How often you
Usually
change-
about every other month, depending on how much I play them.
Yeah, you get rot in there from your fingernails and stuff.
Every other month. Mine are like 7 years old.
Oh, the ones on this one. I dropped it off with the guy. I've never met him, and we were getting to know each other, talking to each other, and he's like, "Oh, 1998 model." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Shit, are these strings factory?"
You know,
I said, "No."
back
Coming
in
in
the
line.
day, Back in the day, a friend of mine went and saved and saved and saved. He worked washing dishes and mowing lawns and doing whatever. And he just saved and saved and saved. And he wanted to buy a Les Paul, and he seen one in the paper. And it was some guy out on Bainbridge Island. And so he called me up. He says, hey, he didn't have a car. He says, you mind driving me out there? I want to look at this Les Paul's for sale, blah, blah, blah. I said, cool. And so we got the guy's address. We drove out there and everything. Went over there. The guy invited us in, had a beautiful home. This is on Bainbridge Island. Beautiful home. Paved driveway, the whole bit. Really nice. And the guy was a retired studio musician. And he said he bought it brand new. And he opened up the case, and it was a recorder, Les Paul. And he says, I've had this in my collection for a long time, and I think it's time to move it on. And, somebody else can get some use out of it. And, so Blaine, he bought it. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, he loved that guitar. It was a beautiful, beautiful guitar. Well taken care of. Absolutely. It looked like brand new. Had the case that everything was nice. And the guy talked to us a little bit about the 70s and, how the music industry changed and, how the labels really dominated an awful lot of, the success of different artists and stuff. And he said that he was glad he got out of the business. He met a lot of really great people out there, but it was the controlling factor of the labels and the producers and stuff that made it such a cutthroat thing, and a lot of really good artists out there quit, because it's just,
I did a little bit of studio work down in Atlanta, just bits and pieces on certain things, and it didn't take me long to realize y'all are just trying to screw me. You want to get me signed up into something where I'm not entitled to nothing, and you're going to get every nickel that comes off of this.
Well, yeah, and this guy did well for himself. This guy did well for himself. He said that the real money that he got the way he made his money was jingles. His jingles were like a dime a dozen. I mean, you can pick them up, and he was living down there in I think some place down in L.A. And there was a recording studio that used to do an awful lot of that type work, commercials, things like that. And he says he's glad he did that for a living. He said that was very, very enriching experience for him.
Yeah.
When I was a chef, we had a musician to come in about once a month, and jingles is where he cut his teeth. And he had a few big ones. My Bologna has a first name.
Wow.
That one, and Head for the Mountains of Bush Beer.
Oh wow!
And he would sit there and do a medley of all his different jingles that he had done.
That's cool.
This guy, he actually coined the phrase to me. He'd rather make a quick dime than a slow buck. That's the reason why he didn't go up the chain. He stuck around with the jingles and the commercials and stuff. And he made his money that way. So, yeah.
Give me a check and leave me alone.
I actually stumbled into the door that Eddie Van Halen opened with Michael Jackson, by putting electrical guitars into R&B. And I did a couple of just little bullshit riffs and a couple of like full solos on some R&B stuff. And I was like, I'm just not digging this, and you're not paying me nearly enough for me to come down here and risk my life in downtown Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no. And then you're telling me that I'm never going to get any money out of this other than what you decide to pay me? Yeah, we're done. So I started going back to, playing bars and stuff around here. And hell, to be honest with you, that's how I paid my child support for about the first 10 years I was divorced. It was just band gigs.
Hobbies is here. Hobbies Hobo, good to see you, Mike.
The crazy Canadian.
I hope everything's doing okay up there.
I stayed in a B&B up at Eureka Springs one time, and it was what you call a cliffhanger. It was literally built out over the edge of the cliff, and then right next to an absolute massive house. Well, the lady that did the B&B is as sweet as she could be, and she was like, "Yeah, my husband and I lived in the B&B while we built the big house. We basically, contracted ourselves." And I was like, "That's fantastic." She's like, "Come on in, write me a check or whatever." This is, early days of B&Bs. And I go in and there are guitars everywhere. I'm like, "Does your husband play?" She's like, "Actually, no. He's the sound engineer for Metallica."
Oh, nice.
She's like, "He's only here about 1/3 of the year. He's on the road or recording or so he had all these stage used guitars all over his studio that we had gone into for me to write a check.
Well, I mean, they were all given to him, so might as well hang them on the wall.
Right. So, yeah, several of them were signed, but I didn't sit there and go gaga on or anything like that.
Right.
Well, he's the sound engineer for Metallica. That's pretty big.
I'll tell you what, I went and saw Aerosmith. This was a couple of years ago, several years ago. And I was in the second row in the upper balcony area. And I was right behind the sound guy. And every time that Steven Tyler would have a high note, he would pull the mic away from his mouth just a little bit, so it sounded like he was, getting really loud with his voice and didn't want to overpower the microphone. No, that was a cue to the sound guy who was over there with an octave knob on the thing, and he would make his voice go up, and he was tuning his voice every time he'd pull that microphone away. And I'm sitting there and I looked at who I had with me at the time, and I was like, that sumbitch right there is earning his money. I mean, have you noticed that it sounds flawless? Steven Tyler's not singing. He makes the start of the note, and then that guy goes, yeah.
Yeah, very good. We were watching the Ozzy Osbourne induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And obviously the auto tuner had broken that night, because when Jelly Roll got up there and sang, Klein was back in the bedroom and she went, "Who is up there scratching that chalkboard?" I'm like, "That's Jelly Roll." Way out of tune.
Man, I can't stand that stuff. I mean, we got, at work, whoever shows up first is in charge of the radio station for the day. And some of them will pick these radio stations, and it sounds like a synthesizer is having a stroke. You can't understand anything they're saying, and everything is so, you can obviously tell it's electronically manipulated to the point of just an abortion.
Right.
And I'm like, and they call this music? I mean, you go look at Boston from back in the 70s and take away all the instruments and only have the vocals going. That is talent. That's before auto-tune was ever invented, and they were doing it live on stage. I mean, it was just amazing. That was sheer talent.
Okay,
Okay, we got Patriot Paul is here. Hey, Patriot Paul.
Jelly Roll.
I never even heard this Jelly Roll guy till I saw a Snoop Dogg video doing a very bad cover of Last Dance with Mary Jane. And
he does a ton of charity stuff and all that, and he seems to be a good person, but he sure was butchering some Ozzy Osbourne that night.
Right.
I hadn't seen that. It sounds like it might be comical enough to watch.
Oh yeah, go watch. I'm sure it's on YouTube or.
Oh yeah. No, it's a recent release. So I mean, you should be able to find it without any
Oh
trouble.
yeah, it was this winter. Yeah.
So
okay.
and then but yeah, I mean that Jelly Roll fellow was on there, and then like you said, Snoop. The only reason Snoop Dogg even went anywhere is when is because what's his name took three to the chest. What 30 years ago? What the hell is his name now?
No,
Huh? Yeah, Tupac.
Tupac. Yeah.
Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, Tupac. Yeah, Tupac took three to the chest. That's because all Snoop Dogg did was hold Tupac's jacket. And how a fucking redneck like me, who never even listened to any of this music, is even aware of any of this stuff.
I can't believe I came up with that, Rollins.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I never got into rap. I like all kinds of music. I guess there's some that I might, but
Oh yeah, I mean, over the years, there's always been that one or two you hear, and you turn it up, then the next 20 you're punching channels.
Well, here's the way I look at it. I was in the damn military, and some of the vocals on what they call music just offends the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's just being brutally honest. I mean, I use the F word like a comma.
Mm-hmm.
But, I can actually say a sentence without 3 N words, 2 B words, 3 F words, and 5 S words. I can make a sentence without doing that. And they seem to be incapable of doing that. They think it makes them look smarter, cooler, hipper, whatever, if they talk like that. Look at what's her name, Crockett, this representative or senator or whatever the hell she is. Useless is what, if you ask me. But now she's F-bombing on CNN. Like, you're supposed to be a professional. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. But there shouldn't be a one sentence of one verse with 17 curse words or offensive language in it. I don't give a dang what genre of music you're listening to.
well, here's rap actually started in the late 20s, 30s. Okay, there was rap back then.
Right.
But the thing with rap is you have no band. They're not talented. All they got to do is go on a mixer and sing something. And yes, I can't do it, especially when they talk fast. I can't rap, but it's not that tough. And they make so much, millions of dollars. I can't believe the money they're making off of this. Anyway.
Well, yeah, but yeah, our grandparents are saying the same damn thing about rockabilly, not just not rock. So, I mean,
yeah, they probably said that. I know my wife's dad said they saw the Beatles on Ed Sullivan and they said, "What the hell is this?" You know, the Beatles they were really scrumpy at the beginning, and he's like, "This is why all the girls are screaming." My wife's dad would say that. Yeah. Yeah, things change, but where's the skill? You can ramble your lyrics. Other than that, music-wise, all you're doing is dubbing up people's music.
I mean, here's what you do.
Yeah.
You set them loose with a microphone and a speaker. Leave all the other electronics out of it and see what it sounds like.
Well, a lot of good ones can do it just by themselves, doing the.
Oh yeah. The beatboxing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're good, you're good. But most of them are not good.
Whatever floats your boat. Some of it I can tolerate, but a lot of it I can't. So the beats are good. That part is good. The creative stuff they mix using other people's stuff is good. But to me, it's not like bands that rehearsed and played. Yeah,
there's always Milli Vanilli. So.
Yeah.
Well,
they didn't sing anything.
Well, for every Milli Vanilli, you also have a Prince, and that was one of the most talented musicians that's ever lived on this planet.
of course, just like everybody else, I loved Little Red Corvette. I mean, but it wasn't until I was much older before I realized Prince was a musician. He wasn't
Right.
just a singer there. So
Right.
I
He was very talented.
yeah, I was pretty late to the Prince bandwagon. I mean, like I said, I liked some of the stuff, but I mean, I didn't realize how good he actually was.
And he was also extremely brilliant
Oh yeah.
as far as smarts, because he figured out how to screw Capricorn Records.
Hmm.
He changed his name into a symbol, and then he backed out of all his contracts, and they couldn't sue him because you can't sue a symbol. And that was his hidey ho f off to big royalties. He was like, y'all, go to hell, it's my money.
There's musicians, and then there are pop musicians, and people that make money off of their music, and but then there's musicians. There's some really talented people out there that they make a living doing it, but they're not after for the fame and glory and name and lights and all that stuff. I went years and years ago. I went to this kind of like a music fest over in Seattle, and they had this one band. It was called Mudwaters. And it was Alabama rhythm and blues, and they were just kind of like a filler band. And I went in there, and we were sitting there and we were watching, and everything like that. And the guitarist was just absolutely phenomenal. And they announced him. They turned around and said, "Those of you that know his brother, this is Billy Ray Vaughan." And it was like, Billy Ray Vaughan is awesome. I mean, that guy was awesome. I mean, that dude can be more talented than Stevie Ray. He put his guitar up, and he went over to the bassist, and he did a couple of tune things to it, and he played bass while the other guy played his guitar there for a while. And they were trading, on and off. And a multi-talented guy. He was playing, like leads and stuff on that bass that was just awesome. Yeah. And I could not believe it. It was just like, wow,
I've actually had the privilege of sitting down and playing with Warren Haynes before. This was about 15, 20 years ago. Actually, it was longer than that. It was BC. It was before Children.
Jim, if you could, sorry, Kyle, if you can throw up a link, and if my cousin Robert would like to jump in, he's doing it right now. He performs up in Portland and around there. He lived over there on the West Coast. I don't know if he gets as far north as Seattle, but like I said, but if you want to bring him on,
wait, your cousin who? Because I was going to say Robert Hankett is here.
Yeah, that's my first cousin.
Hey Robert, what's up? I've been waiting for a time to say Robert is here. I can throw a link if he wants to come on here. Hell yeah.
Well, he's cooking dinner right now. He has his 2 daughters he has to take care of. So
all right. Well, when he comes back, I'll post the link for you.
Good deal.
He's a guitarist.
He pays his bills by driving truck, but yeah, he's currently in at least a couple bands. I mean, he has his main band, but then he helps out with a couple other ones, if I remember correctly. So,
well, you got to get people where they need to be.
Yeah, exactly.
And all their crap. Because trust me, musicians have a lot of crap.
Yeah, they spend all the money they earn just getting there.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, do you think you could do a track for me that I could sing to in a video?
Probably not.
I can't sing, but I definitely can't play guitar either. So there you go. Something.
You know what? If he could get a system set up, he's talented enough. He's done a lot of personal stuff.
Well, what you can do is you can do a private video with him playing something in my key, and I'll do a spoof video.
Oh, Z flat major?
Yeah, I have no key anyway. But there's no way I'm playing my guitars right now. The necks are just, man, the dry humidity. When I moved here, my guitars just went whack. I mean, they're like,
Jim, I got a guy. He'll
they're
fix
like dish. My guitars went whack. You're talking about a half-inch, touching the fret in the middle. I tried to adjust them. It just whacked out the guitars. I don't play anymore. Kyle, I've never seen a blister like that on a finger. I've never gotten that bad.
Yeah, I had a little too much fun.
Yeah.
Yep,
But my
it
fingers
was
are
playing
virgin.
so good. I just couldn't put it down.
My fingers are virgins. I can remember most chords. It's in your brain, but there's no way I can play anymore. Unless I take the dedication, which I don't have.
It's like riding a bicycle. Yeah, you're gonna pull a couple of Joe Bidens every now and then, and fall off. But I'm sorry I went there, but yeah, it's coming back to me. I like I say, I used to make a lot of money doing this on the weekends and stuff, and it was great. Had a lot of fun. Met a lot of really cool people, and that kind of stuff. And my buddy that I used to play with, he's like, how long has it been since you played a guitar? And I was like, well, I walk by them every day. There's 20 of them in the living room.
Here's something funny, Kyle. I went to a pawn shop here in the right climate, right? And there was like this $70 Fender knockoff electric. So I pick it up. I'm at the pawn shop. And I play a few things, and I'm like, son of a bitch, this is so easy. And it's a cheap-ass guitar, but it's not warped. Oh.
And Uncle John, that was on my Les Paul that I recently had reworked. It plays better than a new one, and it was not an acoustic. Matter of fact, the guy's got a couple of my acoustics and a couple of more electrics that he's reworking. I've got a lot of faith in this guy.
Wasn't that the one time that you went and changed your mind out in the car or something? You went back in there to buy it, and some guy already bought it. And went in there, gone. You were like, man, I should have bought that when I had it in my hands. Because you said it was dirt cheap.
The guitar? You're talking
Yeah,
me?
the guitar. Yeah.
Probably. I've looked at a few at the pawn shops here, and I'm like, why do these play so easy? I go home and mine play like crap. I mean, they're rough. It's tough. Rough action. Yeah. They just warped here. I don't know. I tried adjusting the necks and everything, and I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to it. My acoustic has heavy strings, so there's one thing. But yeah. No way. I'm not dedicated now. My fingers are virgins. I'm going to leave it that way. I'm going to spend months just to get them calloused again. No.
I've got several of each, and also includes a bunch of mandolins, ukuleles, and basses, and all kinds of other shit. I just enjoy sitting around a campfire and playing music,
I do have this slide shovel guitar that we never finished. Let me show you that. I'm 5 minutes away. See that? It's got 45 shells on the neck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's a shovel. All right. I still haven't put that together. I got the pickups and everything for it. At least the slide won't tear up your fingers, but I can't play slide either. So what the hell am I doing?
Having fun.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway.
Now, a buddy of mine was actually a roadie for Stevie Ray Vaughan. And this, I may or may not should tell y'all this, but back in Stevie's heyday, the only way they could get him out of bed was to put, I'll say, an 8-ball of a substance into an alcoholic beverage. And they would wake him up and pour this bottle of concoction down his throat, and that's the only way they could get him out of bed. And he would play. His strings were so thick that it would just gnaw the skin off of his fingers. And so what he would do is put super glue on his fingertips and stick them to his forearms, and then peel them off, and then sand the skin that he ripped off of his arm back down to fingertips. That's why he always wore long sleeves, because he didn't want everybody to see that.
Cover the tracks.
I like that tip from Robert. Maybe I'll order some. I think I have some electric guitar strings. I'll see what gauge they are. New ones, and maybe I'll try that and just adjust the neck a little bit more. And the thing at the base, what do you call that? Where you can adjust that?
Bridge.
No, the bridge. Yeah, I filed down the bridge once, when I got here, and I'm like, the things are still sticking way off of the frets in the middle. I don't know. Anyway,
You got to adjust your strut rod, man. I mean,
I know, but if you go too much, you buzz. I watch videos and how to fix, and I don't have the time.
shit. You ain't got nothing but time.
Oh, bullshit. No, I don't.
Pink Floyd wrote a song about it. It's in F sharp minor.
Kyle, what's the old joke about two bass players walk by a bar? It could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
Yeah, I did the rod on both the electric, which is just a knockoff, and then my mom bought it for me it's sentimental. And I got to file the end of the frets. They're sharp. They'll cut your hands up if you go up and down, all that stuff. But I don't have time. That's a whole dedication thing. I like it. I like doing it, but I don't have the time.
Yeah, my buddy wants me to start reliving 20 years ago in my life and start playing with him again and honky tonks and bars and stuff like that. And he goes, it'll pay pretty good. I'm like, well, whatever.
We all have our hobbies. Wait a minute. Speaking of hobbies, right? And then Patriot Paul says we all have our hobbies. Yeah.
I was always the guy with the van, so I was always the one moving the bands around. So at least I got to sit in the bar for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you had the shirt that says "I'm with the band," and you just walk in, don't have to pay the cover charge.
They were never that organized.
I'll tell you what, that's where a station wagon comes in handy. If you're a musician, you can just fold down the back and put all your equipment in there. If you got drums or anything like that.
There's usually no beat up painter's van or something.
Yep.
Yeah. Just
the old E250, baby. E250.
Yeah. Tradesman Dodge.
A U-Haul with the stickers peeled off.
There you go. It works.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta have a van if you got a band, yeah.
When I first started driving stuff, my first two vehicles were vans, and there was a lot of stuff happened in those vans.
Hey, what kind of vans were they? Like
let's see, it was the E2 or 150 Ford was the first one, and then the Dodge Ram from the 80s era.
Okay.
We don't need to discuss those.
The 15-passenger Dodge van.
Yeah. Well, this one was.
I drove one of those. I looked in I turned around and looked back at it. It was like a school bus. It is so long. The really long extended ones. Oh, they're crazy. They're cool though. Yeah. They're really cool. Yeah.
The old Ford, like Robert just said, it had about 4 or 5 inches of play in the steering. So you're driving down the road, you're just like,
The way my buddy describes that is like you're herding cats down the interstate.
yeah.
That was my old 57 Skylark. He drove down the road, just you rock the wheel back and forth to keep it straight.
Yeah, whether you need to or not, you just had to do it.
No, you had to.
Damn,
You were going to veer that way.
yeah, if you raise one leg up to fart, you shift lanes.
Hey, not to change the subject, controversial about it. How about that Netanyahu? How about that guy?
What do you do now?
Oh, they caught a few in the teeth last night, didn't they?
What's that?
I said the Israelis caught a few in the teeth last night. Some got through.
Yeah, a few of them did, but
Well, they hurled
shot.
Yeah, they hurled so many the dome couldn't take.
Yeah, just overwhelmed it.
That's the only way they can do it. Yeah.
And that's the way that's what happens in Ukraine. That's what happened. Yeah, that's what's going to happen when they start dropping nukes on us. Yeah, not every one of them is going to get stopped. I mean, you just when you start when you start doing the dance, you better expect to or you start the fight or whatever, you better expect to take some hits.
Yeah,
right.
They have to use volume right now with the dome there, and they got through. I think they're going to do another wave, but most of their leaders are caught or escaped, and most of their plants are down. So right now, the Israelis have a field day with their jets. They have a field day now. They can molest them all they want right now.
And so I mean, they pulled off, and this is starting to get scary. Ukraine was able to do it like that. Now Israel's done the same thing with the getting the drones in there and snuck in. So I sure hope we got people paying attention to this here.
I think actually, I don't think it's World War III. I think it's going to be surgical and quick. The Iranian people want their freedom away from these Islamists, all right, that took over the country in '79, and they want their freedom back. They want to drink again and grow grapes for wine and live in bikinis and all this stuff they can't do right now. And
I mean, I don't think we're going down the road to World War III, but I'm just worried that the Iranians or the cartels or whoever your bad guy is this week, pulls a truck up. A lot of these bases are right alongside the highways.
I'm not worried about them. It's the damn Chinese that are going to do that.
Yeah,
they got enough people. They got enough people here to do whatever they want to do.
The good news with Iran is they wanted their a revolution, independence back for years and years. And all you got to do is take out those Islam leaders and you're good. They might even put the prince back in place. He's ready to go back there. So go back to 1979 when they were actually got along great. So they were allies.
And just be honest, and this is pure speculation on my part. This is not a war between Israel and Iran. This is a war between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And Israel just saying, hey, we'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, the Saudis hate the Persians. Oh.
Yeah, the Saudis are Arabs. The Iranians are Persians. Oil and water.
Boy.
Well, only central Iran is Persians. They got 6 to 8 different factions there. What they have to do is get the Muslims out of there. That's what the people want. They want them out of here.
One thing I will say, okay, the Israelis went in there and they did a precision strike. They hit everything that they were going to hit, and it was at a minimum of collateral damage. Okay, their whole thing was to take out their nuclear ambitions. That's it. They hit everything that they wanted to hit. And they hit it hard.
Mossad is awesome. They're better than we are, actually, as far as intelligence. They hit a guy on the toilet. They hit a guy these are leaders. They hit a guy doing Bitcoin on his computer and nailed that guy in his apartment.
You know what? I would not be look, confirming or denying this, but the United States did have a hand in this. It's in our best interest to take those nuclear ambitions away from
I guarantee our satellites are giving them live feeds.
We gave them the technology to do that and help them do that. That was something that Netanyahu and Trump both probably discussed months ago. And Trump, is there any way that we can assist you? You let us know. And that was the end of it. And it was like not an official thing. We're just giving some military advisory to Israel, that sort of thing. They didn't make a big deal about it. It was all behind the curtain. And yeah, they went in there and they hit everything.
He let the dogs off the chains. What he did.
They did not waste one munition. They did not waste one munition taking strikes at Iran. And they did it with a minimum collateral damage to the population there. And their point was, this is what we want to do. This is when we want to take it out. And we're going to take it out. And hey, we already know that, Iran's going to get pissed off and they're going to want to start a war with us about it. But you know what? I don't think the Israelis were really, they were prepared. They were prepared to, fight it out afterwards. But that's not the intention that Israel had.
Well, I mean, some of this smuggling has been going on I was just watching something just before the show started. Some of the smuggling has been going on for a couple of years. I mean, this has been in the process of, just like the phone pagers and the cell phones from about a year ago now.
That was awesome.
Yeah. But they've been working on this for several years. And
God is some badass guys. Okay, they were already on the ground before the strikes, and they infiltrated. They have spies there that look just like Iranians. Whatever, they know what's going on. They've been planning this for years. Mossad is really good at this stuff. And Michael says on our money, well, kind of, because they're actually buying our munitions, so we're making money off of it. And we knew everything that was going on. People act like, oh, Trump didn't know, he got bamboozled. He knew exactly what was going on the whole time.
That was probably one of the first phone calls that Netanyahu went and did as soon as Trump took over. As soon as Trump was in office, Netanyahu probably called him up and says,
Netanyahu was the first one here after he got inaugurated.
I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with Robert slightly.
They carried that out with precision, accuracy, and then that was it. Once they got their targets, that was it.
We'll be back tomorrow.
I'm going to disagree with Robert for just slightly, and put the caveat there. If we do go in. We go in, and when we're done, there's nothing left. No people, no buildings, no dogs, no flies.
It doesn't need to do that because.
Well, I'm not saying we should, but
here's the difference. Here's the difference between all the other countries. Iran wants their country back, the people.
Oh, I know.
All we have to do is give it to the people and take care of these bastards.
Half of Jacksonville, Florida, are Christian Arabs of one flavor or another, Christian Persians of one flavor or another, and all that. And half of them would probably love to go back. Well, at least they're grandparents nowadays.
We're not going on the ground. We're not going on the ground. The people, all they're doing is giving the country back to the people. They want it back before Carter screwed it all up.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no. I agree with everybody here.
And the prince is all ready to go back. He's already been interviewed with some channels I watch. These people are actually Iranians that I watch, and they know what's going on there. And they're like, we wanted our freedom forever. It's about damn time. And they're cheering for the Israelis right now, knocking out all this stuff. These are the people of Iran.
Yeah, no, like, they're just tired of that stuff. They want to be able to. The girls want to be able to. These gorgeous women want to be able to wear bikinis again and stuff. And
guys, I'm gonna have to go. I got to take care of some family stuff. Love y'all. See you later.
See you in a little bit.
Take care, bud.
See you later.
Yeah, they want their freedom back. They don't want this regime that somehow took over, like they've taken over some of our states here so far, and they're sick of it. They've been sick of it for years. And it was the CIA and Jimmy Carter that wanted a new regime, and then it backfired on them because they went rogue. And that's what happened in 79. All right. Or 80.
Yeah, and that was a little different, though. Unfortunately, yeah, it was what Robert just wrote. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the answers. We tried to. A lot of them seemed like they wanted it, but it just became infighting.
Well, you didn't take out the Islamists.
Yeah. So,
and that's the problem. They took over and they kept control, the dictator. Get that sucker back out of there. And this is what's going to happen. The people are ready. They're not armed because they can't allow to be armed. So, but they are, if you talk to Iranians right now, whether they're here in the States or online, they are saying, hell yeah, keep it up. And they can be allies again with Israel.
Exactly. I will be right back.
It'll actually cause peace in the Middle East because who's causing all the financing? Iran to these, these others that have been, So anyway, I think this is
back to Robert's comment with our money.
This isn't Afghanistan. This is different. This is totally different.
And I'm talking about Iran. It's our money that they're using.
Well, Obama gave them a ton of money. Yeah. I wanted the nukes gone. That's what I wanted because you can't trust those bastards at all. Screw the talks. I think the talks was a facade after talk 4. It's like, no matter what they promise, they're never going to, they're still going to be making nukes. And that's what they were doing. Okay.
The whole damn time.
They were doing it the whole damn time. You can't trust those bastards. Get the people back in control and you'll be fine. And it'll cause a lot of peace in the Middle East because, they're not the ones causing all this stuff. So the people want their independence, and a lot of people don't realize that. But if you go talk to people from Iran, and a lot of them have gone to different countries, and they call it, instead of calling themselves immigrants, they call themselves visitors because they're going back. They're going back. As soon as it's safe, they're going back to their country. They call themselves visitors, not immigrants. And there's a difference there. They're proud of that. A lot of Americans don't know what their culture's like there. And there's a lot of different cultures in Iran. The Persians are the main big one, but there's like 6 or 8 others. However, they're not of the same, they want to drink again and have bikinis and not be all this Islam crap. So.
Yeah, that's why you never allow the priest to run the country. You put the priest over here, you put the government over here, and I'm not saying not to use, not to have a morality based in your religion, preferably Christianity, but you don't want priests running the country.
Well, and you also got to look at the grand scheme of things. All of those people have been fighting over the same square miles of desert for 3,000 years.
Yeah.
What are we going to do to stop that?
Well, we should stay out of.
The best thing we can do is stay the hell back on our side of the pond.
Yeah. Stay out of it.
But now, if they start flinging radioactive material at us, then there's an issue.
Yeah, see, that's where we're stuck between the rock and the hard place.
Exactly.
They have a nuclear weapons program, and they want to use it to take out Israel. They want to use it on us and whatnot. We probably don't actually have to worry about it unless they can sneak it in. But Europe could take a good knock, and we don't. That's not good. No matter what, it's not good. I mean,
you can sign any peace treaty that you want to. All it would take was one regime change over there, and that they can say we didn't sign shit, therefore it doesn't apply to us.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden we're back in the same thing. So just let them deal with it. You start flinging mud our way, we're going to fling mud back, and we got a lot of mud.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're using the Israelis to take care of it, which are like the best as far as Mossad goes. Intelligence, they're the best, and they're taking care of it. We're kind of using them, and that kind of sucks. It's kind of insulting, but we're using them. But Trump knew about this for a long time. And they're in agreement. We'll supply the stuff. You take care of it, because we don't want to be, Trump doesn't want to be known for starting a war. So that's what we got right now. However, if they hit one of our bases, then it changes. And if they were smart, they would hit one of our bases right now, because then they can drag us into it.
No, we don't need to be drug into it.
I said if they are smart, bad guys.
Well, thing about it is, we don't even have to get off the couch to end it.
No, we don't. We have to protect the civilians because they want a revolution. So you can't go blowing everything up.
We can't be everybody's protector, Jim.
You can't do a Gaza and just blow the whole thing up, because the people that are there are what we want. We want them to just have enough power. Those guys are gone to take their country back, and then we'll be fine. It's like 79.
I agree with Jim. This strike that Israel went and carried out was not against the people of Iran. It was against their ambitions to develop atomic weapons, and because that's very unstable. Iran is an unstable government. I mean, they don't know if some fanatical religious terrorists are going to take over the country, and they're going to start tossing around those bombs like it's nothing. Doing their holy fire or whatever it is over there, and Israel, you got to look at it from Israel's point of view. I mean, we can't trust who's going to be running that place over there, and that's it. It wasn't against the people of Iran. It was against the ambitions that they had to develop nuclear weapons.
The dictators they want out of there.
Yeah, it's a stable government, and Israel does not want some fundamental terroristic fanatical regime to take over there, because that could happen. So I think Israel did what they had to do in order to protect themselves, and in a lot of ways they're protecting that region over there.
Well, I can tell you this: 30 years ago, we were dropping bombs from 30,000 feet down a smokestack in a building 20 miles away from the aircraft that was dropping it, I'm pretty sure that we can single out something and take care of the problem and not leave a couch.
The biggest thing
We can do that with a cellulose encased laser guided bomb. It has no metal components or anything in it, and that munition can blow up and take out whatever it is that it hits, and nobody be able to trace where it came from, where it was made or anything like that. It wouldn't leave any traces at all. All they'd see is a smoldering crater.
And never have to leave the couch to do it.
Robert just posted up. He was thinking, that they could buy nukes from Russia, and I don't think the Russians have any nukes to sell them. But the Russians are selling the technology. That all the information they have has been technological transfers from both Russia and apparently Pakistan.
North Korea wants a piece of the action too.
Yeah.
North Korea says they'll back the Iranian regime. However, you saw those seven those Boeing planes leaving. Everything is closed off. Guess where the leaders are? They're in those planes. They're getting the hell out of Dodge because they know what's coming. They're all getting popped.
Patriot Paul also asked if we have any oil refineries still in the U.S.
Yes,
we do have refineries. There's tons of refineries in the U.S. A lot of them do refine American and Canadian oils, as well as other oils. So we have the capacity, and it can be expanded pretty quickly. Matter of fact, I went to a BP. I went and picked up at a BP refinery, and exactly BP was leasing refinery space off of Exxon. So they're all kissing cousins also, anyways. So.
Yeah, our problem is refineries for the right kind of oil. There's different kinds of oil. There's dirty oil, and we need more refineries. But that's going to happen. It's going to happen.
The only thing that I hope out of all this is we have no more young kids' boots to the ground.
Right.
There's no need for that.
And I 100% agree with everybody on that. But I am going to say this much. But if it turns out we go in, then they're just. That's why I don't want us to go in, because either we stay completely out or else we just turn it into
Well,
make it look like Chicago.
The good news is Trump isn't like Bush. He doesn't want our guys killed.
Yeah, he doesn't want any kind of at least he doesn't want the U.S. in any kind of war.
But
China just tried to smuggle in. Well, actually, they did smuggle in pathogens, and they're trying to work on them at the university. Robert just put up a little.
Yeah, did you see where they were smuggling stuff to get our crops?
Yeah. Isn't that beautiful?
That is scary. That takes your food away. That's very smart of the Chinese. And they would take out all our crops and everything, our waters, everything. And they caught 2 of them already. And that's why you don't want Chinese, coming to colleges here, which Trump likes the idea of. I don't know why. We don't want that. If you do, you want to search every one of them. They have that stuff in their suitcases right now, and they were caught doing it. And that could take out all our food, everything.
See, if my opinion, maybe I heard somebody else talk about it. I've just stolen it. But anyways, if you're gonna start dropping nukes, you don't nuke the cities. You ignore the cities, and you nuke the farmland. And then a year later, when everybody in those cities are starving to death, then you basically won the war.
All right, I'm gonna drop some knowledge. And
Well,
this is the mud in me. This is the mud in me. If we're gonna go fight a war, let's take all of the liberal rules of engagement and throw them out the damn window.
Oh,
you tell me what to do and turn me fucking loose.
That's what I've been saying for the last hour.
There is no reason or call for me to have to radio back in to somebody who may not be on the other end of the phone saying, hey, they're shooting at me. Can I shoot back? Do I have clearance to shoot back? Fuck you. You're shooting at me. I'm shooting back.
See, the problem is that the leftist globalists has gotten us into this, and the U.S. dollar is remaining strong, and it gains in value. And the problem is that other economies are not. The U.S. investors and investors that operate out of the United States take their money that's worth a lot more and they spend it overseas. And it goes for the oil companies, it goes for the food, it goes for all of that because they don't want to spend, when you can buy something from overseas for 25 cents, why would you pay $1.75 here in the United States for the same thing? That's the way they look at it. And that's the problem. It's an economic thing that we're dealing with.
Well, the thing about it is, if we're going to send our most gracious gift to this planet, which is our kids, and I can say that as a father, if we're going to send our kids over there.
I don't want to see young people go over there and hit the ground and them getting killed over freaking oil.
No, I don't either. But if we're going to make that dreaded mistake, Dave, if we're going to make that dreaded mistake, take the handcuffs off of them and let them fight. Let them do their job, and we'll be done in a week. Yes,
yeah, well,
it'll be bad on both sides, but we will prevail.
We don't need another Vietnam. We don't need another Vietnam.
That's what I'm saying. We don't need that.
Afghanistan.
Take the handcuffs off and let them fight.
Yeah.
Well,
it's all
now. Everyone's worried about.
You have to make that point anymore, Kyle. We're in agreement.
Okay, we don't have to worry about nukes so much because it's all biological now. It's all biological now. All right? Anyone can attack with destroying your food chain, making everyone sick, all that stuff. China's been working on it forever. So that's what you got to worry about.
I think it's great? I think it's great.
There's very little feet on the ground now. You had Mossad in there on the ground just to point out what they hit, why they were on the ground. And you're not the regular soldier anymore. What's going on in the background there? It's not so much about the soldiers anymore. I don't know if you can hear me.
One thing I think is great about Trump is that he takes all this liberal nonsense and throws it off to the side, and he spells out the facts. We here in Washington State, we just the state got cut their funds for fish and wildlife, and that affects all the fish hatcheries, and they're all crying about it down there in Olympia. And I'm going to tell you something. Trump said it. He said, we spend all this money on fish hatcheries and fish habitat, and we're blowing up dams, and we're doing all this stuff because of the silt that's in the rivers, all this other stuff that is all crap. The Asian Rim their population has grown 4 times the size in the last 50 years. That's where all the fish are going. The main staple of the diet of the Asian diet is fish. That's where all the fish are going. They're not dying in rivers. And not just that. He also went and lifted the deal on where the Bidens, they went ahead. One of the first things they did in office when they started pushing this green power crap is they went and throttled down all the dams to operate at 50%. And Trump went in there and said, no, we're not doing that. Crank them up, boys. So we're producing power now, like we used to back in the 80s. You know, I mean, he's pulling out all the stops. He's exposing a lot of people that don't even think about.
One thing we have to do right now is make it so Chinese can't buy our land, because they're buying the land right next to all our military bases. They're buying the land. We got to stop. We can't allow Chinese to own land here, and they're buying all the land around our military bases. They're spying. They could be throwing all kinds of biological crap, and we got to stop that. No foreign-owned land here in the U.S. That's a biggie. That's huge. That's huge right now. We got to protect our food supply. Nuclear, screw nuclear. You can do it silently, like they've done with COVID and everything else. You can do it quietly, easy. Biological warfare.
Agreed, Jim.
We got to stop. No, we just got a lagging problem.
It's all good.
Biological. We got to focus on biological warfare. They're bringing it in suitcases here, in little containers, and they can throw it in the lake and just
Actually, the interesting part was they just took little samples and just put it on little sheets of paper and stuck it in the books, and just that little Q-tip worth or whatever that just spread, was enough that once they put it into the lab, they would have been able to, culture it and grow it. And then, so all they had to do was get a little sample in here. They didn't even have to bring that much in because they could grow it here. And just like what Israel did in Iran, just, pre-stage everything. They built all those drones in Tehran, Tehran, Yeah, bear with me sometimes.
That part.
It's a little bit long day.
Well, they caught some, and one was Michigan. They could have contaminated all of Michigan, all the waters, everything. And we got to really take a hard look at people that are coming from certain countries and search all their crap they're bringing.
Agreed, Robert. Robert makes a very, very interesting point here that, these are crimes against humanity that we're talking about. And, like Fauci and all the rest of those assholes, they need to take the world court, bring them in, and they need to be exposed with the evidence that they were involved, that this was an underhanded thing, and it was a crime against humanity. And then every one of them need to be taken out on public TV that everybody could watch, and they need to be hanged by the neck until they're dead.
Now, Dave, I will elaborate on that. You don't have to bring the world court into this. They just need a jury of their peers and a piece of rope. And then you can bring in the TV cameras and all that stuff for the aftermath. But we don't need the world court involved. We just need an American jury and a piece of rope and a tree limb. And put it on TV and charge $50 a piece for pay-per-view. And hey, put that money towards the national debt. I'll donate $50.
Not one dime is going to be spent on the national debt ever. A lot of people don't understand that. That is a loan that will never be paid for ever. Not one dime, not one penny is going to go back on the national debt. That is going to ride forever. Because
it kind of makes you wonder. They say that the world is in debt like something $128 trillion or something. Who do we owe? The Klingons?
The bankers.
I mean, who do we owe?
You have the global accumulation of wealth doing that. And there's only a few people that are controlling that. There's only a few people that are in control of that.
Well, as long as we owe them, they'll never be broke.
The Federal Reserve is not a bank. The Federal Reserve is not a bank, and the bottom line is they print the money. Okay. And they print the money that's okayed by someone that's going to make money off that money. And that
You know
money's
what I'm saying?
making money for them. Always.
You know what I'm saying? Who do we owe the money to?
Well, whether you want to say the Federal Reserve or the bankers, however you want to put. Also, some of that money is owed to you, and myself, because, like, my retirement fund, half of it's stock, or not stocks, but bonds, and treasury notes and stuff like that. It's ran by the evil Vanguard group, and that they buy U.S. and Chinese and English and German bonds, and so they're that money, when it gets paid back, when those bonds and those and all that stuff comes back, gets paid back, that goes back into your retirement fund. So we kind of owe it to ourselves also. I don't know what the answer is, but that's
this is where I'm coming from. This is the foundation that I've always looked at. Okay, the accumulation of wealth is not evil. People that have wealth is not evil. The love of wealth, the love of money, that is what's evil. That is where that's where the evil comes from. The love and the lust for money. They can't get enough of it. They're addicted to it. I mean, it's like a drug to them. And that's what's ruining our world. Jim brought that up. I think in a couple of shows ago, he brought that up. Is that when you got people calling the shots that have this kind of money, it isn't about money anymore.
It's about the power. Yeah, once your bank account gets,
it's about the high they get.
Right. Well, once your bank account gets to a certain point, okay, Trump's the big dog this week. Elon's the big dog next week. Bezos is the big dog the following week. Who really cares? But it's the power. How much power do they have? How much control they have? Like Donald Trump said, like somebody mentioned earlier, if he was king, he could get, what he thinks is a lot of good things done. I would hope that he's right, but it's that level. You got a certain level of power that these people are more interested in than anything.
I'll tell you what, from what power he does have over Washington State here, cutting funds and stuff like that, I'm totally for it. I am totally for it. I'm so sick of these Democrats running this state up here, and Trump has got in there and exposed all this stuff, with the fish hatcheries and the overfishing and all the rest of this other stuff. It's all crap. It's because of the Chinese, and that entire region is just they're fishing the crap out of it because like I said, their population has grown fourfold.
Here's the question:
millions of Chinese that eat fish.
Here's the question: Here's the question: who's making more money running in office, Pelosi or Trump?
Oh, Pelosi.
That tells you right there. Congress corrupt. All these people are corrupt.
Evil.
They're making more money than Trump is.
Evil.
And that's evil. That's what we got to fix.
Yep. Evil.
Totally.
That's where the evil. Yeah.
They're making huge bucks, and Trump's not making money. Actually, probably losing money.
Oh, but it's totally legal, Jim. There's no such thing as insider trading when you're in charge of making the laws that will affect the stock market.
A simple question: who made more money, Pelosi or Trump? That's scary. Running in office.
Which is why she will not step down. She will not leave. She will not do anything because every month she's making $100 million.
Yeah. And
I got to be honest with you. If I was in that same boat where nothing could be done to me, period, and I was making $100 million a month, I wouldn't leave either. I'd ride that gravy boat until the biscuit wheels fell off of it.
Well, It's integrity, Kyle. It's called integrity.
Well, I understand that. They don't have any of that.
Kyle, you're a lot of things. Kyle, you're a lot of things. Kyle, you're a lot of things. You're not going to sit there and watch families eat hamburger and macaroni and cheese and just barely scrape by. You have a heart. These are people that don't have a heart.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's your problem. You're eating macaroni and cheese and hamburger. That's the way they look at it.
Kyle, that's what I'm saying, Dave.
Kyle,
you're not going to get them out of there. You're not going to get them out of that seat.
Kyle, you're not a whore.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we both know that.
I think Kyle will do it.
Quit saying you would be. Quit saying you would be.
I think Kyle will do a lot of things for money.
I won't do that.
I'd be a man whore for money.
I'll do anything for love, but I won't do. I will not fuck over the American people for money. I will not do that.
Oh, you're talking. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, I'm talking values there, Rollis. Yeah.
Well, no, I was just thinking. Yeah, if I can get paid to have sex, I mean, hell, I'd go for it.
I wouldn't make a whole lot of money, but hell, I'd do it.
I'd be broke.
Again, integrity is just like what Jim said. You know, I'm integrity. People that have integrity, you're real evil out there is these people that just don't care. They just don't care. I mean, Kyle, if you had 2 children, you were jobless, you would break open your guitar case, you go down to the bus station or you go to the airport or whatever, and you'd open it up and you would sing songs. Now people throw,
Damn,
whatever.
Dave, did you see the movie that I made?
Feed your kids so that you could feed your kids.
You saw my movie. I do have 2 kids and I have a guitar case and I've done that.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to tell you, it's called integrity because you have responsibility and you took responsibility for your kids.
My kids 8.
That's right. That's right, man. And that's it. I watched a video today where there was this kid. He was 18, just graduated from high school, and one of the name chainsaw guys took him out, and this guy works for a tree service, and took this young kid out and actually showed him how to take and do the face cut and do the back cut and how to take down a tree. And we need more of the father to son type thing in the trades. We need more father to son type thing, in working with young people these days. I mean, we live in a fatherless society. Divorce is absolutely crazy. I mean, and a lot of these young men, they don't have a father that's going to teach them how to do this stuff. That was one of the things I would say.
That.
When I worked, I realized when I was dealing with young men, I realized that they didn't have a father in their life, and I had to step up to that role as being a role model to those guys down there, and teach them basically how to be a man. Yeah,
I've been brutally honest with a lot of young people in my life because I would sit there and watch them and be like, okay, you obviously have no idea how gravity works or anything else. You're being ignorant right now and you're putting yourself at risk and you don't even know it. So let's rethink this. And this is the way you need to be evaluating the situation. Make sure yourself is safe. That way you can go home and provide for your family, offspring, and everything else, And a lot of people would just look at me and like, I don't even have any kids. Okay, all right, so you're an idiot. All right, got it. Okay, let's just say I'm saving your life. Maybe I was protecting the stupid. I don't know.
One of the most gratifying things was years back, we got some new batch of people in the shop, and I was out there and I was just kind of, overseeing what was going on. We had them all up some, 2.5-inch air hoses, they're 100 feet long and it's a bear. And basically, we're teaching them how to work together as teams, And I remember this one gal, she she'd been working in our shop for a while, and she got signed up for forklift class. She was telling me, that she was so afraid, to go to this class because she doesn't know anything about the forklift. She's scared of it and everything like that. And I turned around and I said, "Well, Mia, let's go over here to the laydown area." And so we walked over there. I handed her the keys to the fork truck. I said, "Jump on up there. Okay, this is the mast. This is how you make it go back and forth. This right here lifts up and down the forks, and this right here is the side shift. This moves your forks left and right, And I had her fire it up, and I said, just run around in here for a little while. Just drive it. This makes it go forward. This makes it go back, blah, 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 blah." And, once she got the hang of it, everything was cool. She went to her forklift class, and she passed it 100%. You know what she does today? She's a crane operator. Those big cranes that you see down there on the pier, she's the one who's up in there. And you know what? She stopped me one day when I was walking off the pier. She says, "Never forget that day that you showed me how to operate a fork truck." That started me on my career where I'm at right now, 15 years later. And I thought, wow. So, the very seed of something that you teach a young person to grow into their career can support them for a lifetime. Very cool. Very cool.
Old teach a man to fish.
Can I tell you a funny story that happened today about my boy? You saw the garage sale find video I did today, right? It was a garage sale. They had a machine shop, and the dad passed away. Okay. And so my son goes to the garage sale, and he's picking out his pile, to buy. And he just said, "Put it in a pile, I'll give you a price." And the guy says, "I'm not in here for the money. I want whoever buys this, I want it to be appreciated and go to a good cause," right? And so my son pulls out his phone. He goes, "Oh, yeah. Look at this. I made this power hammer and this and that." And he's showing him pictures of stuff my son, my son's telling one of the sons. And the guy goes, "You are just like my dad." And then he goes, "You remind me of my uncle." And they were machinists, right? They worked on shit.
Cool.
That was the biggest compliment ever. And my son said, "Don't worry. It's going to be appreciated. These old tools." And I keep telling my son, "You're from way back. You're not modern times." And that's what happened today. And I thought, my son told me that story when he showed the pictures, "This is what I made and this is what I'm going to do with this." And the two sons that were there, they just wanted that stuff to go to a good cause. They sold a metal lathe with everything for $300 before my son got there, and it was sold. It was a sale sign on it, and my son wanted that lathe so bad. Anyway, that is the story of the day, and I tell my son he's from a different time. He's not from these days kids.
Yeah.
Well, West Covina Dodge is here. Hey, Pat. Anyway, that's my story today. Today I threw up a garage, floor video, what he brought back. Anyway, and there's a mill. There's still a mill there.
Really?
It's small
Why
enough.
don't you just go get it?
It's small
Go get
enough.
it.
It's small enough
It's
to go on the bench. They're going to do another garage sale in July. Anyway.
Well, if you guys go get it, he could screw around with it and kind of figure it out and stuff. And sometimes you just pay for the machine so you can get the experience.
That's how my gunsmith basically learned how to do it. He just grabbed a piece of metal, bought a lathe, and just started. Talk to you later.
He went there late. That thing's, I guess it's sold as soon as right in the morning, obviously. And it was perfect size for our garage, but it was too late. And he wanted that bad. He's not sure on the mill because he wants the lathe before a mill. But the mill is there. We'll think about it. It's not huge, so that's good. He wants a lathe first, though.
Yeah, you know what? If he doesn't like it, he can sell it.
Yeah.
You know?
The guys, these guys are giving away everything cheap, and they just want it to go to a good home. They just want to sell the property, and they're done.
I've bought match pistols that way. I've bought match guns that way, where the guy looks at me and says, "You know, I could get a lot of money if I was just going to put it out on the open market. But Dave, I want this to go somebody who's going to use it." And I mean, gave me a really hell of a good deal. You know.
Good night, Robert. Good night, Robert.
It wasn't just going to be a safe queen or something. I was going to use it. Yeah.
All right. Good night, Robert. Take care. Good to see you.
Jump in.
No, he wants the lathe before the mill. Son of a bitch, Pat. Shush, Pat.
Jim, I can probably hook y'all up with a lathe.
Yeah, but you're far away. This was $300 right in our backyard with all the chucks and all the good stuff. He could thread all my rifle barrels. Oh my gosh, the things he could have done with that. But he woke up a little late and didn't get there in time.
Yeah, be prepared to have a pile of scrap metal beside the garage that projects that didn't work out. That's one thing I've noticed about a lot of metalworking guys. There's always this pile of, well, this didn't turn out because I forgot. I forgot this has to be done before this has to be done, and I screwed up.
No, he's OCD though. He doesn't have too many screw ups. Yeah.
One of my buddies that I went to high school with, his father recently passed away, and he has a machine shop, which my buddy doesn't utilize to his ability. He's got everything from, I would say, when you're talking lathes, probably 2 feet spans to 60-foot span lathes, and all the way around. He's probably got 15 different ones, and he'd probably be willing to get rid of some of them to free up some room in the shop. But like you say, it's a long way away.
It's a long way. We're looking for, if he would have gotten up a little earlier, that thing would be in our garage right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. And every barrel would be threaded for a can.
Anyway. You go over there in some old like 1970s, Bridgeport, beautiful lathe, that would have been awesome. It's just like, oh my God. Lathe guy.
That's what John's got. I went with him to pick up one of them, and we had to get a bigger truck to haul this thing in, and we had to use the overhead crane to unload it off the trailer. I'm not kidding. He's got a machine shop in his backyard that he didn't have anything to do with. He just inherited it, and he's like, I don't know what to do with all this stuff. What am I going to do with this?
What's amazing to me is that working for the feds, machine shops, Shop 31A, inside machinists and stuff. They do have some CNC and computerized stuff that's pretty cool, but a majority, I would say probably 80% of their machines are machines that were like left over from World War II, and they just rebuilt.
Hand done with micrometer marks on the things.
They're a pleasure to use. They're so smooth and so accurate. And you can tell when the machine's starting to have a problem and needs to be fixed or anything like that. And, down there, they have a shop. That's all those guys do is they rebuild those those lathes and precision machines. They build a tent around it and ventilation and all kinds of dust control and all kinds of other stuff. And they go in there with white suits and they take it apart and put it all back together and stuff. And they actually machine the parts for the machine there in the machine shop.
Right.
So, it's pretty cool what the capabilities.
On the one lathe that's still working.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty cool stuff.
I've hauled old machines to lathes and Bridgeport, different pieces to those reconditioning shops. And one I went to, it was an old steel mill, and just the railroad is where they brought the rail cars in to load and unload the material, and it just walls and walls of old equipment that they were refurbishing. Yeah, some of it was going to probably wind up in the scrap pile, but
some of these machines that I'm talking about, these milling machines and lathes and stuff, are so big that you can't move them, and they're for building ships and huge stuff, and I mean, that's the reason I have to do it in place. And not just that, the foundations. A lot of these have foundations that are shock and vibration free. It actually floats on top of the floor, so that there is no vibration or anything. It's just the machine, in contact with the material, not the floor too. So it's pretty crazy.
Now,
Pat, where are you at? Pat, where are you at? Pat. We're not going to be on long, Pat, so get on here.
I picked up it was a brand new piece of equipment. I don't know if it came in from China or Korea or Japan, but there was an Asian guy there, and he's just like chain smoking, watching me tarp it up and secure it and stuff. And I can just imagine how much this piece of equipment cost to take. I took it out to Wisconsin from California. And like I said, that guy, he had me so friggin' nervous just the way he was standing there, just like, because probably cost. I'm guessing it's going to probably be something that cost several $1 million. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it went to some kind of big machine shop that they were building.
Well, hey guys, I'm going to roll out. So Pat needs to come on. Pat, why don't you come in and take my spot? All right. So you guys have a good weekend, and it was a pleasure being on here. I'm glad we went and we talked about it. It's great, progressive. So there we go. That's one thing I will say about Uncle Jim's show. It's progressive, no matter what we're talking about. It gets better as you stick around in the chat. It just keeps getting better. I'll tell you that. All right, we'll see you guys later.
See you in a little bit.
Take care, Dave. Have a good one. Take care over there.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, we got to get Pat on here before we go. He sent me a link to something. Pat's a crazy guy. All right. You're a sick puppy, Pat.
I'm still not done with the Litztomania movie.
Yeah. There's some spots in there. Yeah.
It's that's a weird one.
There's some spots that are yeah. There's
that is I will say this, that is a weird one. And
what is the name of this movie again?
Litztomania. LISZT Mania.
Yeah, if you can find it, the intro is right up your alley there. So, Rollis, yeah.
No, the intro was cool, but it actually gets a little bit better, even though it's still cheesy.
Yeah, there's some dead spots where, it gets too musical, and then you go, oh my gosh, what's this? Yeah, and
then you think about who's in it, so,
Pat has a certain taste. Yeah, it's a little wacky for me, even. Yeah.
It's like that David Bowie movie with the maze, the labyrinth.
Right. Yeah.
It's
The
that
kid-
kind of cheesy. You know, you have Muppets that are the monsters. You know.
Well, I found it, but YouTube wants me to buy or rent it.
Yeah, YouTube won't show you the whole thing anyway. They'll probably edit out all the good bits. He sent me a link.
I was going to see if I can. I've still got the window open here. Let me see if I can send this. Ba, 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 ba. Share.
Shop repairs, Steam, locomotive.
All right. How do I send this? I've got Twitter, Facebook, some alien, some little lowercase t, weird p, popcorn maker. Share via email. All right, Rollins, talk to me.
Yeah. I was going to say, just probably put in private chat. Being that you're a mod, you should be able to put in the private chat without any problem.
All right, hang on.
Oh, you want my email?
Well, put your email in the private chat.
Okay, yeah, there you
No,
go. Probably kinda like, oh, I got oomph coming from the.
Hang on.
Anyway, while they're doing that, side chat, you notice I'm tan. This is only from watering the garden. I'm staying out of the sun, and I'm already dark. Yeah.
How much that Indian blood in you, buddy?
Well, I'm only talking about 5 minutes watering the garden in the sun, and boom.
Well, where you live at, yeah, you're only like 10 feet from the sun anyway. So,
Oh, I just lost the movie. Damn it.
Son of a bitch. I could put this in if I had the other device, though. I can't do it.
well, I have the yeah, I have it, so I'll be able to find it.
Damn it.
Maybe Pat can put it in there too. He's got to reboot. He must have Windows. All right.
Yep, I just lost the movie.
Okay.
I went to forward the link to you, Rollins, and
wait a minute. I can post it on here if I go back to Uncle Jim 3. Hang on. I think I can do this.
I can't believe I've kept that link alive for a week, and I've been watching it like 30 minutes at a time before I go to sleep.
I might be able to pull this off if I can find the email link because he sent me others. Let's see if I can do this.
Oh my God. I just remembered I got to work tomorrow. Fuck.
What time? What time?
I got to get up about 4.
That's the nice thing about having the morning shift. You're done early, but you got to get up early.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, I'm trying to figure out what email he sent it to me. Damn it.
I was supposed to be off tomorrow, but my boss come up to me with that little grinny look, and I'm
hey,
like,
buddy,
don't do it. Don't do it.
Then,
So now I'm back into working 6 days a damn week, which oddly enough, they managed to schedule it where I don't get any overtime. I
that's always, yeah. I mean,
don't know how they can do that, man. But I do get 2 days off in a row, so that'll be nice.
How come I can't find the link to that movie?
And Tin Man, I tried going back on the history, and it took me back to the Google homepage for some reason.
Oh, Tin Man is here. Worked the last 2 Saturdays. I feel you, Kyle. Yeah, you're working too hard between home and that. Try and get some relaxo time.
I do have a new fence, though.
Yeah, how'd that get resolved? I mean, you just built a new fence, or?
Yeah, built a new fence. Still got the old one, so I have like a mini man cave that's not really a cave. It's just the area between the old fence and the new fence.
Okay.
So I've got me a pretty cool little area with some trees in it and stuff. A bunch of dog turds. I can play around in it, you know.
Hopefully not the dog turds.
Oh, I can't find that link from Pat. He sent me.
He just sent it. He just sent it.
He sent me a video. Okay, archive details, whatever that is. All right.
That's it.
All right.
Copy and paste. Control V, Control P,
I'll just.
or Control C.
Thank you, Pat. I went through my emails. I found the latest video with the. All right.
Y'all exchange way too many videos. Pat, you're gonna love these bullets I cast. I might even send you some.
If your barrel's 311, why don't you shoot them 312 anyway?
Well, I'm probably gonna go with the 312, but
Are they gas check bullets or not?
they are gas check bullets, but Pat says there's really no need to gas check them as long as you're loading planking rounds, which is all I'm going to do with it.
Thank you, Pat. You got that taken
Well,
care of.
you want to get a sizer if you're gas checking. So just.
Well, I'm not going to gas check them. I'm going to try them without a gas check. I mean, I could gas check them, but Pat says don't worry about it. You're only looking at about 1,400 feet per second. So,
Jag, that's one of my favorite movies, Jag. You know that. I put him in a lot of videos, the Omega Man.
yep.
And that, it was basically the coronavirus gone times 2.
Yeah, that was a good movie. And
It was
you
way
turned me
ahead
on.
of its time. Hey, the Omega Man had hooded people like Antifa. It had a virus like we went through. Omega Man was way ahead of its time, and it could happen to you in your local city. All right.
You turned me on to that movie, Jim, and you weren't wrong. It was a pretty good watch.
It's ahead of its time. And you had to go.
Wait. How old were you when you first saw Omega Man, Kyle?
Let's see. When I first saw it,
Yeah.
I think I was 46.
Okay, so in the last couple of years, then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just surprising because that's one of the first movies I can remember being a kid seeing on CBS Saturday Night Late movie. Yeah.
If I saw it when I was a kid, I don't even know.
Yeah, it's just one of those classics. Same thing with you had the Omega Man, then of course Soylent Green. Yeah, those are just a couple of classics that
came later, which could be the future.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's one of those ironic things. In Soylent Green, which takes place in like the 2000s, I think. Right around the year 2000.
I remember the name of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. But the security guards are all protecting the houses and are using. They're carrying ARs, and it's just like struck me as kind of funny. They got that one right too. That the ARs would still be in use at that far into the future.
Oh, Pat, how's it going? Your background's hilarious.
Hey, you guys. I don't know. I just woke up from a nap.
Oh, welcome back to reality.
Good man.
Yep. So
Naps are
good to
good.
see you guys.
Nothing like the old man nap.
Yep. Yeah, I ate a big lunch and then just crashed.
You probably needed it, brother.
Good to see you, Pat.
Good to see you, Jim. Thanks for the Ford truck commercial.
I thought it was international, but at least I got the date right. I said 68 international.
Why don't they, do commercials like the old days? They pimp them out. Now it's just blah blah blah. There's not even you can't even get car commercials anymore.
Well, I've actually been watching. Chevy has they're doing the Chevy trucks, the 4-wheel drive, their 4-wheel drive out the shit. They're actually having them out in the mud and actually doing 4-wheel drive stuff. So there's still a section there. And same thing with the Jeeps and stuff, which are the most superior vehicle ever designed to me.
Until their crank goes out because they got oil sub problems right now.
When either Susan's or mine, whichever one blows an engine first, either I'm going to squeeze the biggest fucking Hemi I can find in it, or I'm going to just find somebody to build a Chevy 350. I've never had just a really nice Chevy 350. I've had 454s, had a different 305. Yeah, I never had just a Chevy 350 that was built up nice. It doesn't have to be a 200-mile-an-hour engine or anything. Just
I like the 350. They oiled everything. All the ports were perfect. Hopefully yours isn't brand new because they're having problems with the oil getting to certain parts on those engines.
no, well, Susie's is a 20. Hers is a 2020 and mine's a 22. I've been looking at they started putting the Hemis. They brought the Hemi back, and they have a Hemi Rubicon up at the dealership right now, but they want $106,000 for it.
Why in the hell would you want a Hemi Rubicon?
Yeah, why would I? Yeah. Well, why would I want a little Japanese motorcycle that can go around the curve, at almost 90 degrees at 100 miles an hour, just for the hell?
Okay,
I'm not going to pay that kind of money for one, but.
All right, so you don't have a brand new Chevy with V8 engine.
No, as far as Chevys go, if you see me buying a Chevy, I am so fucking broke. That was the only thing I was able to afford.
I thought you said you had a new Chevy truck because they're having issues.
No.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I said the new Chevy truck commercials are kind of cool because they're out there getting all muddy and doing.
I actually lived a Chevy truck commercial. I got a phone call when I got home yesterday afternoon. I had just sat down, walked in the door, sat down, my phone rang. I was like, oh, God. I answered the phone, yes, dear. Of course, it wasn't my wife. And Mike asked me, he said, can you go to my house and get my truck and drive out to Dale's house and pull his RV out of his front yard? I'm like, what? I said, Dale's got a truck. Why don't he hook the truck to the RV and drag it out? He's tried that. All he does is spin. They've had 2 trucks pulled to it or hooked to it and can't move it. And I'm like, do you think your truck will do it? He goes, yeah. I said, okay. So I hop in my buddy's Death Trap. It's a 1988 Chevy. The power steering doesn't work. AC doesn't work. It's hotter than hell. It's threatening rain, and it pulls to the right drastically. And so I have to drive this thing halfway to a different city on a major highway, and I didn't feel comfortable getting above 50 miles an hour. And the speed limit on this highway is 65.
Yeah.
So I'm just in everybody's way. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Pretty much, Rawlins, it's halfway between my house and Jamie's house.
Okay, so you're going northwest.
Yeah. So I get over there, and we hook a chain to the back of Mike's truck and to the back of the RV. And I can't just pull straight. So I'm pulling at an angle because there's a creek. And I'm like, okay, you ready? He cranks the RV up and puts it in reverse. And I start nudging on it a little bit. And it starts, spinning. And I'm like, well, okay, we got to get a little bit more aggressive here. And so I get into it a little bit more. And the truck starts grabbing and it starts pulling. And I'm like, okay, all right, we're on to something here. I'm pulling this RV, a full-size RV. I'm pulling it sideways out of this guy's front yard. I'm not pulling it backwards at all. I am side drifting this RV. And I was like, holy Jesus. And there's a maple tree in the way. And I managed to do some creative steering and miss the maple tree, but it side hopped this RV out of the swamped ass yard.
Right.
And got him where he needed to be. And it was kind of cool. I was like, damn, this son of a bitch will eat. Then I got back in the death trap and went home.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rollis, you're a Dodge guy then, or a Jeep guy, right?
Well, yeah. Growing up, I was Chevy. Yeah. Oh, Chevy. But I've been left so many times on the side of the road. Yeah, entire paychecks having to be spent to fix these friggin' GMs. So, like I said, I'm not saying I would never ever own one. I mean, if I could get a 70 Nova or maybe a Corvette, I'd be interested in that. The mid '80s era Camaro, I'd love to have one, but they don't have. I have no interest in the new Corvettes or any of the new trucks or anything. So the last thing, I'll ride my bicycle before I would ever buy a friggin' Cadillac. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, Pat, this was a '88 Chevy 4-wheel drive. I mean, 350, just straight up stump jumper.
That should be good to go. Except for the doors don't shut right, but other than that,
you slam them hard enough, they will.
Only talking about the brand new, like 2004, 2005. They had a beautiful V8, and why did they screw it up? You get a Chevy like 2000 era truck, and those V8s were awesome. But how did they screw it up on the new ones? They're having all kinds of issues.
Well, they went to they fell into the California hole with emissions and all that shit, and they went to the variable displacement.
Well, bullshit. No, this is about the crank and the oil getting to it, and then when you drain the oil, you still got half a. I'm
getting to that.
All right.
The variable displacement.
I'm going to get some ice while you're getting to that.
The variable displacement was arranged by diverting oil from the valve train, and inadvertently, it was diverting oil from the crankshaft to give it the ability to kill certain cylinders for California emissions. That's how that well-designed engine got ruined.
Okay, so in other words, go from an 8 to a 6 or even a 4 or something like that.
Yeah, it cut off two cylinders.
Okay.
4 had one. And it made it 300,000 miles before it dropped the valve seat. So I never had trouble with the DOD on the 6-liter that I had in the Pontiac. But okay, so here's the deal. I mean, I've been a Chevy guy all my life up until right now. I am so pissed off at them right now. They're like owned by China practically right now, and we're just seeing the end of GM. It'll be soon. But the small block Chevy, look, I love small block Chevys, and when the new ones first came out, I thought the same thing. It took me 3 years before I warmed up to it a little bit. But I'll say I've got 2 LS3s right now, and the LS3 is just all around a great motor. And its only problem is camshafts and lifters. They make the roller lifters in Mexico, and it's roll the dice, and you might get a bad lifter. And the way they built the motor is you got to pull the damn heads to get the lifters off.
Yep,
so
that's bullshit.
But other than that, the thing's 100 pounds lighter than the small block. It's amazing power right out of the crate. You don't have to do anything to them. They're reliable. They're turnkey. They're nice. It's put gas and go instead of tinker with it every weekend. It's nice. The new LS3s, great motor. Like the L79 I had in the Pontiac, and it turned out okay for me, but other people have had problems. The truck motors on everything up until this, L82 with the crank journal problem, all the rest of them are fine. They're okay for even doing a hot rod. They'll fit in a Ford. That's the other neat thing. They're narrower than a Ford small block. They're light. Doing engine swaps is great with the new LS motors. It's just one model of the LS motor that they put in all the high-end trucks. All the whiny bitches. That's got the problem. If you've got a work truck with like a 5.3 in it, they're fine. You get that 6.2 with the leather interior $100,000 truck, they're junk. Anyway, that's all I got to say on that. I was an old school small block guy. I built them, I ran them, everything was great, but they always leaked. And I think that was the main reason we got the new one, is they leaked all the time, everywhere. I mean, that was just part of it. And it's just nice having one that doesn't leak.
That's one thing I can say about Mike's old truck. It's a '88 model, and that thing's a beast.
Yeah, we almost bought I bought my truck, and then the neighbor comes over and says, "Hey, you want to buy mine?" And I think it was a 2000. I don't know. It was a V8. It was lifted. It was everything. It was leather seats, everything. And he was going to sell it to me cheap. And I'm like, son of a bitch! I just bought this truck, but maybe for my son. He was talking like $3,000. He was just talking dealer price. It didn't even have 100,000 miles on it. And that thing was a beast, and we should have bought that one. It needed, the windows, the electric window, one went out, all that Chevy stuff. But that would have been a great truck. That was, that was a good engine, whatever it was in there. The V8, that thing was an awesome, just indestructible engine. Oh well. I'm not stuck to any brand.
I was never a Ford guy, and now there's two of them sitting in my driveway just because I got good deals on them.
Yeah, I'm not a brand guy. It's certain models of whatever and that are good, whatever.
I got a 97 F-150 and a 2003 Ford Fusion. Maybe it's 06. It's 06. Yeah, it's 06.
We got Chico Wise in here. He's a mechanic. Hey, Chico, how's it going?
Chico, what's up, brother?
P1, 22, and 23, less than 60,000. Oh, wow. Yeah, if you're going to pay almost $100,000 for a truck, it better be, lifetime. Good to see you, Chico. Oh, I like straight sixes. I don't care who makes it, straight or slant sixes. They're tractor engines. They'll last forever.
Yeah, you can't beat a 300 inline.
Yeah.
The one of my my dog's van, I had when I was maybe 20. It had that slant six in it. The rest of the vehicle was shit. But that engine, you couldn't kill it. So,
That's like the old Jeeps, the 232 and the 258 inline sixes. The 258 was pretty much the prototype for the 4-liter. You can't kill those. The only thing I've ever had to repair on them is replace the pistons because the pistons got wore out because the machining was so poor because they made so many of them on the same machines that you ended up with piston slap. And so they had 5 different size pistons, and you had to look on the block to see which letter they wrote on the block to see which size piston they put in which hole. Just made it more complicated than it needed to be, but once you figured out the code, you could rebuild it, and it was great. But solid engines.
do any of you guys just sit there and watch the machining videos where they'll take heads and just blueprint them and then just bring them back to spec and just sit there and watch that for hours at a time?
Oh, yeah, they just turn the CNC machine on and just
it's cool. I love watching that stuff, but I wish I was smart enough to do those things.
Well, that sound from the CNC machine kind of is soothing to me. Just
Yeah, straight sixes.
Yeah,
they got torque, but they're gutless. But they're like tractors. They'll run forever.
They're not gutless. They are torque monsters.
I said they're torque, but they're gutless. Once you're getting on the freeway and everything. But that's what I said, Kyle.
Well, they're not meant for interstate racing. They're meant for dragging shit, and they're really good at it. Oh my God! I said this 30 minutes ago. I got to go to bed. Jesus, I got to get up. Fuck.
All right, Kyle. Have a good day at work tomorrow.
Have fun.
I'm gonna try to get off as quick as I can because it's Father's Day and I got to make my rounds.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's Father's Day.
Yeah. So happy Father's Day to all that involves. Chico, happy Father's Day, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go light a Nike store on fire for you, Kyle, tomorrow.
Oh, well, okay.
Celebrate Father's Day like everybody else out here.
I guess I will appreciate that. I don't know, Pat. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh, Pat, I made some beautiful bullets. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Let me show you. Let's see here. Come around over here. Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Oh, that's ish. Yes.
185 grain, baby. Oh, look at that blister. That's a nice view of that blister. Yeah.
I know. How do you get a blister on guitar strings like that? I don't get it.
Because I played the piss out of it.
I guess usually you stop before that.
Well, I didn't.
When you're excited about something again, you'll do whatever till you got blisters all over, and then you do have to stop.
Hey, I started playing Pink Floyd, and me and David Gilmour just synced, so I just kept going.
Might be guitars, it might be doing reloading, or it might be your new girlfriend. You'll go till you got blisters. So.
Well,
not a bad kind of blister. Well, that's all blisters.
I would imagine this kind of blister on a girlfriend. Oh, that'd be rough. I'd hate to see her.
Hey, oh, you're a Ford guy? There's a lot of small box Chevys I like. 283, I love the 283, 350.
What was the big Ford? 540 or 560? Maybe it was 560.
The big Ford?
Yeah.
460.
No, bigger than that.
Oh, I don't know. On what?
It was either like 540, 546, or 560, something like that.
We got Tin Men back here. Chico is here. Anyway, Pat, while we're talking bullets.
I gotta go, guys.
All right.
I'll keep listening. I'll keep listening.
Good night, Kyle.
Good night, guys.
I'll
Good
take
to
it
see
easy.
y'all.
Yeah, I got the 460 in my truck. But it's not like a horsepower monster. But I tell you what, you're not worried about getting anywhere quick. Anyway, it's not like a hot rod. Okay, Pat, he was showing you a bullet. Did you see the video? I haven't done videos lately. Did you see the one where it was? What was it called? I'm writing data and throwing it. What the hell was that called? Not Mr. Postman. Whatever. Anyway, at the end of the video, I show your bullet. I roll it across the desk and I start writing the load data for it. And I said, no fucking clue. You had to laugh. You saw that.
Yes, I did see it, and I thought it was funny.
All right.
At me. Yep.
All right. That one was for you, Pat.
But they're fun. I mean, you know, let's see. I've got here's a Martini Henry bullet and a 45 case.
Yeah.
So yeah, the bastard. Yep.
Yeah, it was a video called Paperwork. What song? It was a Beatles song. Whatever. I can't.
Paperback writer, I think you did. But yeah, you were doing all sorts of loads, and then yeah, the Martini rolls across your desk. That was cool.
I thought it was funny to end it that way and just say, no fucking clue. Oh. Okay, now I remember the song. See, I did the video just a while ago and I can't remember. Paperback Writer. All right, thank you. I had fun with that. I could do it inside. I didn't have to go out and shoot and all that. It was easy. All right. And Uncle John earlier said the Beatles weren't sketching me when they first came out. Yes, they were. They were doing 3-bar chords, copying everyone else's music on Ed Sullivan when they first got here. And then they went on their own and they were good. But they were scruffy. Come on. And you call the Stones scruffy? Yes, they are. As a matter of fact, Keith Richards, I just watched the movie The Rolling Stones, where they're older, and I realized how bad Keith Richards is. All he does is scruff on the same. He scruffs, he goes gank, gank, and that's all he does. And Keith Richards sucks. All right, I'm just saying. I'm not worthy, but he sucks. Anyway.
Wow. Back to the music. Somebody said earlier that about how musicians back in the old days would write their own stuff and play their own stuff, and a lot of music was written and made by the most noted. The biggest group was called the Wrecking Crew, and they were just a bunch of studio musicians. You go in there, and all the Beach Boys stuff was done by them.
Well, that was Glenn Campbell.
Yeah.
Glenn Campbell, baby.
And there's a couple good documentaries out there about how they'd go in there and the producers would have them do the stuff, because most of the band members couldn't play 3 notes in a row, stuff.
Glenn Campbell was probably one of the underrated guitarists that were awesome. And he did all the studio music for so many bands, and then he went on his own. And he could sing, and he was a hit.
Yep.
Campbell was awesome.
There's one chick who I think she was mostly a bass player, but she could play whatever she wanted. She did a lot of music that we've heard over the decades, and didn't even know she was there. But there's that whole big crew.
Well, I sent Jim a video with action adventure and furries.
Oh my God, Pat, you were crazy. You're crazy.
No, I just thought you could get some ideas, because these guys were on par with a blinking red light Uncle Jim video.
They don't need ideas. They already did it. Okay, skinning off the skeleton and all that stuff. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Something to do with Skinners and chipmunks or whatever those things were. Beavers. You're bat crazy. You're bat crazy. Poof.
What was the name of the band or the song?
I could look it up right now. It's on my email. Pat, are you there? What was it?
Yeah, that was the Butthole Surfers, and which one was that? Because the video has nothing to do with the song.
Okay, well, he said Beavers, and I'm thinking, well, Wynonna's Big Brown Beaver, which of course is Primus.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Jim, have you ever heard of Primus?
Heard of what?
Primus. Or Wynonna's Big Brown Beaver.
Primus. That doesn't ring a bell.
That is the best slap bass you'll ever hear. I mean, it's just amazing.
Just put on the video and
who does Primus?
The song's called Wynonna's Big Brown Beaver. It's done by a band called Primus.
Oh, okay.
And it had about 10 billion views on YouTube. So,
how do you spell it? P-R-Y?
P-R-I.
P-R-I?
Yeah, I.
And then M-A-S?
U-S.
U-S. Name in the Mud? My name is
Now
what?
you want
Well, that's another one.
that's a good one, but Winona's Big Brown Beaver is a really good video.
Okay, it's right here on the search thing.
Just go ahead and mute yourself and watch it, and you'll get a kick out of it.
Guess what showed up first? Primus in Salt Lake City live. All right, I'll click on it so I can watch it later. Okay, it'll be in my history. Oh no, it won't. Why is this not on YouTube? You bastards!
I'm not sure, 10 man. It's until I'm getting tired, my speech impediments are starting to kick in.
Awesome bassist. You need Googler. Primus. I don't know. The one I clicked on, why? I thought it was on YouTube. Why does it say visit site? I'm freaking searching on YouTube. Why did they send me somewhere else? Oh, I'm on Uncle Jim 3. I'll try and remember. Uncle Jim 3 sent me to a different site to watch it. Weird. I don't think I've heard of those bastards. Anyway. Amen, Kyle. What the? All right, what era are those guys from?
Well,
90?
late 80s, early 90s to now.
Okay.
Yeah, they're probably playing a concert somewhere right now. So.
All right, I probably stopped listening after the 80s. I don't know. No.
All right, Tim, man. Now you can turn the basement into a swimming pool.
There you go.
That's what I said. Full swimming pool. It's going through a lot of crap right now. I would have just done a trench around the house, done a gravel, and let it drain down. Kill it from the outside, not the inside. But let's get her done. He's already got it figured out, so yeah, he's got it figured out. Whoever's doing it's guaranteeing it, so that's good. All right, so Pat, what else is going on? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did you get my text like a few days ago? Stay off the streets.
Oh yeah. So that's the thing. That's like 10 miles away from here and over the hill, and where all the crazies are. So no fires here, and it really isn't that bad. The Rodney King riots, all the cars had ashes on them. I mean, shit was really burning. But this is just a little temper tantrum. And I've been enjoying watching the news footage of them just, shooting protesters in the forehead with rubber bullets. It's getting fun out there.
Can I sign up for that job? You don't have to kill them, you just hurt them a little bit.
Well, there's a lot of funny protesters getting their due. The one guy that just slammed the guy to the ground, and the Australian reporter bitch, they got shot in the leg when she shouldn't have been there in the first place. That was hilarious. The horses, they tried to do a fire lane so the horses couldn't get through, and the cops just beat the crap out of that guy. I love it.
You've seen that video of that hippie getting beat up by that?
Oh, I've seen them all. Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you notice that the one female cop who's just going to town on him?
Oh yeah.
She kind of looks like the Glock girl from the Glock commercial. I don't know if you've seen the Glock commercial where she's out riding around on her horse, and they show she's carrying a Glock pistol and stuff like that. It just struck me as funny, anyways.
Yeah. That's because he tried to pull a girl cop off the horse. Mm-hmm. And this other woman cop comes around from the side and just starts whipping on that guy. That's one of my favorites also, yes. That's how
I like the
all right.
I like the horse face masks.
You like the what?
They have like goggles for the horses.
Yeah, I know.
Goggles and
they got
facials.
plastic shields. Yeah, plastic shields. I love that. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's you have to go looking for that kind of trouble. It's over the hill and 10 miles from here, and couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of people. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, they did a fire trench with gasoline trying to trap the horses, and that guy, everyone else ran off except for one guy, and that guy got trampled. He got beat. And then once he started getting up, there was a guy on his feet, a cop on his feet that just slammed into the ground like, no. And that's what you got to do. You got to do this to these people. Otherwise, they're going to keep doing it.
Well, there's a scam here. It's like police brutality and excessive force lawsuits. And the commie mayor that we've got, she's a Cuban fucking communist, is just going to settle all of it. So all these people, they'll get their asses kicked, then they'll sue, and then the city council and mayor say, here you go. They won't even fight it. They'll just give them $500,000.
Yeah, that's bullshit. She's nuts. Same with the fires, same thing. It's just crazy town out there. I like the Florida sheriff, okay? I love sheriffs. Sheriffs are your neighbors, all right? The Florida sheriff that said you're going to be graveyard dead. You saw that one?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Huh? You screw with us, you're graveyard dead. I love that term.
When a few years back, when they were doing the mostly peaceful protests, the sheriff in Clay County, he told them that don't come here. We'll deputize everybody, and we're not going to tolerate that stuff for a minute. So, and then of course the governor, he also said something along the lines of people can use a car as a weapon if they're threatened. There's nothing wrong with that. So.
Oh yeah, I mean it's different this time. It's like, I don't know. They had their little their fun today. I couldn't go anywhere today. We couldn't go shopping because they were blocking freeways and doing protests all over the place here. So this is the first big day. But it's honest to God communists. Now my girlfriend Sylvia, she thinks I'm crazy calling everybody a communist, but they're commies. There's a Chinese commie, is funding all this shit.
Yeah.
A genuine, dyed-in-the-wool, mousy-tongued Chinese commie. Spent $1 billion on this.
Yeah, and they supply the equipment also. I was okay, Pat. I was gonna do a video the other day, and I didn't do it because I thought it'd be in bad taste. And for anyone that's listening, what I was gonna do is show footage of the riots and all the mayhem and fires and everything, and then it shows me cracking a beer in the backyard. I'm just sitting in the yard, and it's dead quiet. All you hear is birds chirping, and I take a sip, and then I go back to the riots, and then it comes back, and it shows me out in the country. There's no noise, there's no cars, there's no nothing, and I go like this. You know, I do the Uncle Jim stuff. That was going to be the whole video, and then I thought it would be in bad taste, so I didn't do it.
Please get that done quickly while it's still hot. You know,
But that's what I was going to do. And then it finishes me taking a shot, watching the sunset. There's zero noise. You can't hear a car. All you hear is birds and squirrels chirping. And then it was like, you know, I was going to go back and forth, and make faces, but I decided not to do it.
you know, you might as well, because I guarantee you somebody else is going to probably do the same thing. So you need to be the first of the punch.
I'm too lazy this week. I haven't done any videos. I got 3 on my phone. I'm not going to even post. So just I'm in that funk right now.
Yeah, I have several that are just like, yeah, kind of ready. There's stuff there, but maybe do a little more. Yeah, one of those deals.
Yeah.
Finally get that 5-gallon bucket of brass, 223 brass trim. So,
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. Once I went to that Henderson, the Henderson trimmer, and I'm just using a power drill on it. I'm not even using the factory motor. Over the course of about 2 months, I do 200-300 pieces. Just whenever I had a chance, and finally finished it up today. Now I'm just primed them up, and I'm giving them a second polish real quick. And, I'm just using them for either put away stuff, or I've made a bunch of match stuff using these cases. So, but it's just so much nicer. The system does everything right.
Yeah, for 300 blackout, trimming them, making them. I start off with the world's cheapest trimmer that I got from Pat, and then I'll do the final when I prep the primer pockets and all that. I do the final trim length, so they're all the same on the same lead trimmer on the prep station. Hornady came out with a badass looking trimmer. It's only $600.
Well, if you look at the Henderson, the Henderson's like $750, but it's all made in America. I guarantee you that Hornady is going to be Chinese made, and on top of that, the Hornady is a direct rip-off of the Henderson. So.
Yeah, I'm too cheap for that. That's a gun.
Well, yeah, but it just, like I said, now I only paid like $350 because I'm just using a power, a $20 power drill I got at Harbor Freight. But the device itself, or the trimmer and the slide and the locking handle, all that stuff, yeah, it is just worth it for as much as I was doing on this project. And this is one bucket of 4 I have.
Yeah, Patriot Paul, I'm on the prep center anyway, so I do inside, outside, primer pockets, primer uniformer, decrimping, all that stuff on the station. So why just do that? That's what I do, and it's cheap. Once it's done on the world's cheapest trimmer, then it's down, when you got to do like a lot. And then I go to the prep station. Thank you, Pat, if you're there.
Yeah, I got one for Tin Man too, back when I had money. But they're great. They're what was it? $22, $23.
22, 23. Put it on the drill, wrap them out, and they go off the shoulder. So then I use the Lee stem and just trim while I'm doing everything else that needs prep at the same time, and that's how I do it. It might take a little longer, but it turns out really good.
Well, I mean, for a long time I was using the Franklin Arsenal trimmer, and it's a good unit. But if you're doing a large batch, trying to hold them, especially 223, or even using the some kind of golf ball or whatnot.
Use a golf ball, yeah. I use my fingers.
That just gets so tiring after a while. Where just using that Henderson, it just makes things so much quicker, so much smoother. Yeah, and the damn thing is going to last forever. It's well made. I mean, I'm not an expert on machining, but I can tell junk machining compared to good machining, and when a tool works nice. And I gave it a pretty good workout. I probably did 2,000 cases on it the last couple of months, and it's held up nice. It's still just as smooth. And the consumable parts. I mean, it uses parts that are made by one of the higher end die makers. But anyways, it's a 3-way cutter, so you get 3 jobs done at one time. So
yeah.
All right.
Adapters. Use Lyman adapters, large neural. Yeah, I'm just stuck in my ways the way I do it now. So, and I'll just recycle that brass. I'll do a medium batch, and then when that brass is done, I chuck it and then start over. But for now, I have fun with it. I don't need like 10,000 rounds of brass.
Hey, Craig,
not 5 rounds at a time. No.
Yeah, 500 is good for me. It lasts me a long time at 5 shots a round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah, Patriot's right. Yeah, those 3-in-1s are it just makes life so much nicer. And every case that I measured, they all came within 10,000ths of each other. So it all worked out real nice. So, and I'm certain I'm going to get thousands of more uses out. Using for thousands of more cases.
Yeah.
I just because and part of this goes back to is I've been through 3 droughts now, just like everybody else here, and I had brass and I had ammo to shoot when everybody else was paying $1, $2 a round, whatever. I had plenty, because I everything I pick up. If somebody else leaves it on the ground, I'll pick it up and I'll just throw it in the bucket and it'll get used. And so.
Volume is awesome. Yeah, I'm just a cheap reloader. I don't buy super expensive stuff. Just a cheap reloader. Retired.
And one of my goals is to have about 10,000 rounds of just 223 full metal jacket put back. And for each rifle, that's a lot.
Yeah, I got a lot of boxes to fill, ammo cases. But first, I want to get my loads down before I, do all the same rounds.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is just goofing around with test loads. So once I find like the perfect, like my tacos or whatever, my niche loads, then I'll do volume. Yeah. 9mm, I got that down. I know what I like. And 223, I'm really close to really accurate. And then I'll do bulk. But I'm bored if I have the same. Okay, if I have 500 rounds of the same damn load, I'm bored. I want to experiment. That's my problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm experimenting all the time, also, but it especially with all the brass that people just leave on the ground, you can find yourself a decent, just a generic utility round, and you make, whenever you get the extra time or the extra money, you make 500, 600. I think a 30 cal can will hold 600 rounds. You spend a couple hours, on the Dillon, and you make 500 rounds. You just put it away. Then you go about, you're on your next project. Then you get a chance, make another 500 rounds.
See, Rollis, I decided that the way to economize on all this ammo was to get horribly recoiling big bore stuff. Okay. So you go to the range, you're not going to shoot more than 70 rounds. No matter how inspired you are, you can't run out of ammo if you've got something that'll leave you battered and bruised.
Yeah, that's how it is with my 300 rum. It's heavy enough that you can do 50 rounds in a day, but by the time you get to number 50, you have a headache and your ears are ringing, even if you're doubled up. I understand your theory.
Yeah, you can't go through 1,000 rounds. You can't mag dump like a 458 SOCOM. Nah. Yeah.
First time I took the 300 run to the new gun range, laid it up and got it all ready because I was testing loads and zeroing the scope. And I cracked it off, and it had this. You ever watch Mark and Sam for their long range stuff? Okay, well, I have one of their muzzle brakes on this, so I basically blew the hats off of everybody. 5 tables down on each side. And the one chick who, like, 1 table or 2 tables, there was a group of people there shooting, and she just let out a yell. She thought a bomb went off.
Yeah, Rollis. If I get a guy like you on the range, I go upwind of him about 1 or 2 stalls and smoke him out. So.
And with that stuff you shoot. Yeah, but I try to be cool about it. I tell people all the time, this is going to get loud. Yeah, and so cost my I know, right? Patriot 300 rum ammo be as much as, like, stuff you can find right now is right around $4 a round.
Oh, I got you all beat.
Oh yeah, that damn thing of yours.
Okay, it looks like Patriot Paul and Tin Man have girly fingers because they can't handle the Lee shell holder. He's going to look him up on Midway. The lineman is similar to Lee. Hold on. All right. Hey, if you get worn out, just go do something else for a while and come back. Circle back. Like, what's her what's her name? Raggedy Andy, the last. Anyway, yeah. I'll circle back. Press secretary, Raggedy Andy. Remember her? Oh, thank God she's gone.
Oh, yeah, that little lesbian.
Yeah, she was a lesbo, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. Cute little thing, too. Damn shame.
Cute? I hated the eye makeup. You look down, oh my gosh, Raggedy Ann doll. Anyway.
Who's this?
It was Biden's press secretary.
The little black chick.
Yeah.
Raggedy Ann doll with the makeup.
She appeared to be cute. I mean, I never saw her more than from the waist up. She might have had a big monster ass on her, but cuter than that.
I guess we have different opinions on what's cute. Oh my God.
They're all cute with a sock in their mouth.
No. That would be.
I'm thinking something else, but yes.
No, that would be
We're talking about the
what we
press
used to
secretary
call.
for Biden, the little black girl.
No, that would be what we used to call coyote ugly, where you gnaw your arm off to get away in the morning. All right.
Just turn the light off, Jim.
Oh my gosh. All right. Easy trim. Is that like the easy slide? Oh, Tin Man would like that. The easy slide. Easy. Life wasn't meant to be easy. All right. I'm going to give Patriot Paul shit because I think the last live chat or the one before, he was all over my ass about eating meat. You know, the carnivore diet. Oh, he was on my case.
Yeah, that wasn't Patriot Paul. That was Klotzman.
No, it was both of them. They tag teamed me.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wasn't able to read I was driving at the time, so I wasn't able to read
they tag teamed me. I was stirring the pot. I was saying, don't you need roughage for your bowels and stuff when you get older? And hey, I love you, Patriot Paul. I love you. You know I love you. Oh, yeah, you were all over my ass that last chat. Oh, my gosh. All I mentioned was, doesn't a guy need roughage? You don't get roughage from me. And Patriot Paul, it's a good thing Scotsman's not here right now, because I would totally annihilate him. You know why? He's talking about the carnivore diet. All you do is eat meat and butter and everything. I was going to ask him, what's in your beer? What's in your whiskey? Is it meat?
That's where he gets his carbs. So
is it meat? No, they're not supposed to have carbs. My point was, what's in your beer? Your beer isn't made out of meat. All right? All right.
Every time I've tried to do just a strictly carnivore, and it sounds cool. Oh, I'll eat sausage, and I'll eat steak, and I'll eat this and that. And then after about 2 or 3 days, somebody half a block away walks right down the street with some French fries that just came out of McDonald's. You're like, I need that, please. So, but yeah, I mean, cutting out as many carbs as you can.
All right, Patriot Paul is off the hook because he quit drinking 15 years ago. Okay, but you know that I'm going to get on Scotsman's ass. What is in beer? It's not meat. It's hops, barley, all that bad stuff for the meat eater.
All right, back.
Paul, we concede Patriot Paul. It's all good, but I do want to get on Scotsman's ass for his beer. Damn it, carnivore. and all that bad stuff sprays down on those oats and everything he drinks in the beer. All right, that's all I'm saying. Hopefully he sees this. Otherwise, I'll lambaste him next time. Oh, your pain medicine. Damn it. You got any good stuff? I'll tell you what, painkillers are awesome. I've had them when I, had to go to the doctor, and painkillers are awesome. I love them.
I'm looking at these monk fruit extracts. Is there any particular brand?
Oh, on the sugar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been. I can go get it. I have to go upstairs, but I have. He sent me a bag of it, and I think Patriot Paul, you can chime in here. Good monk fruit for sugar substitute. Man, I have that in my coffee every morning. I love it. Yeah.
Let's see, red bottle.
No. Next time I go upstairs, I can tell you what it is. I use it for coffee, and it is awesome. I don't miss sugar one bit. So it's a monk fruit, and it's something else. But man, that bag that he sent me is lasting forever. Because I don't cook with it. I only use it for coffee, but it's so better than eating raw sugar, and it's really good. I have no problem. Yeah. So it's that and monk fruit. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find a different sweetener. I normally don't drink sugar in my coffee, but
however he spelled it.
But I'm starting to get tired of just plain coffee. So
yeah, I have to go get some ice soon, and then I'll grab you the package and show you what he sent me. And man, it is so much nicer having a sweetener that doesn't taste like ass. You know all the other fake sweeteners out there.
Right.
And it's all natural, and it's really good. It's really good, and it was Patriot Paul that recommended it. So, and then he saw that and sent me a bag of it. I still have half a bag. I use half a teaspoon. I like sugar in my coffee. I'm a coffee drinker, so I like sugar and milk in my coffee. I'm not a coffee guy. I just have two in the morning. But man, that stuff.
And for me, it's actually more. I like sweet tea, but I don't like it real sweet.
Yeah, you'll like it. Like this stuff will be awesome. You won't feel guilty for eating raw sugar, which is nasty for you. It's really good. Changed my whole outlook on sweeteners because all the rest sucks.
Down here, especially down here, and they just go stupid. I mean, it's like you're drinking maple syrup. It's so sweet.
Yeah.
So I usually get my tea like half and half, or even I'll tell them, well, give me unsweet tea and just put like that much sweet tea in it, something like that.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll go up. Hopefully, Pat's here to talk with you. I'll go up and get some ice, and then I'll show you what I was sent. And it's the closest thing to sugar I've ever tasted, and it's not. There's no repercussions. So, I want to thank Patriot Paul and Esau for this. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I have Amazon pulled up with a bunch of it on there, and then I have started the other stuff.
All right.
Yeah, run up there, take care of that. I'll sit here and drool.
All right, hang on.
No, I'm your. So, yeah, I got me a diabetic right next to me. So all this weird ass sugar substitute, been through all of it, and that's not going to keep you away from the big tray of cinnamon rolls, or the cheesecake. It's just use it in moderation.
Right. Well, since I started using the well, it's not Ozempic, but it's the main ingredient. It's one of the knockoffs you can find out that my doctor prescribes. Anyways, my gorging is I done gorging. I can eat a hamburger and I'm satisfied. But I also still like, I had a couple cookies after I had dinner tonight. Now, it used to be I'd eat the whole damn fucking bag. So, and sugar does run in our family, but at the moment, I'm still good. So I'm trying to head all this off at the pass before I get any older.
Yeah. I mean, not a bad idea, because it kind of sucks, monitoring blood sugar and shooting up insulin. That really sucks.
Yeah.
Real cramp on your lifestyle. But, yeah, so, no, but I use it. I just did up a batch of beans, had to use, 2 cups of brown sugar in a batch of beans, and I never thought about, just baked beans is like solid sugar.
Yeah, exactly. Well, any kind of barbecue, like the barbecue sauce we put on the that we used earlier on dinner tonight. Well, of course, that's going to be, and the worst part is not just sugar; it's the high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, my doctor says you might as well put a fucking gun in your mouth if you and they put it in everything. Your ketchup, your barbecue sauces, your they put high fructose corn syrup in your toothpaste. Practically, I don't think they actually do that, but seems like it. What's up, buddy?
Where are we at? Yeah, I think I got diabetes now, so this is awesome. Hopefully, let me take my background off, all right? And then let's get rid of that. All right.
But yeah, 10 man.
Let me show you this brand. I really like it. I got it from Pizza, and it was Patriot Paul that recommended this kind of stuff. And man, I don't have a need for sugar anymore.
Right.
It takes like a little more when you're baking it, more than regular if you're baking and stuff. In a cup of coffee, I use half a teaspoon. And it's awesome. Right. It changed everything. I don't need sugar anymore. And I want to thank you guys for that because, I think I got the old diabetes. Now, you can reverse diabetes if you change your routine. So,
right. Yeah, exactly.
There's sugar in booze. Which is super healthy for you. Yeah. All righty then. As a matter of fact, yes, rum has sugar in it.
Well, rum's like 99% sugar.
Oh, this stuff is awesome. Oh, it has coconut. So your drink, you put like Coke Zero in this, and it's like coconut galore. It is awesome. Have you guys ever tried that? Have you tried that?
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 when I drink pop, it'll be a Coke Zero or a Dr. Pepper Zero. Then every once in a while I'll just have a regular Coke. So.
Yeah, if you guys haven't tried that rum, oh my God. And I'm not like a huge rum guy. Let me get the background. Let's get that Ford back in the house. All right. Anyway, so it's kind of hypocritical because I'm drinking rum right now, killing my liver while I chain smoke. And I'm worried about diabetes. But I am feeling it in the legs. They might have to cut my legs soon.
Hey, if they do cut your legs off, could you get your skin and everything de-skinned and deboned and send me the leg bones? I want to hang them on the wall in the reloading room.
All right. It's just my calves that are really hurt. No matter what you do, my calves are hurt. That's been my struggle for the last 6 months. I need to lose weight.
I don't know. I started getting ankle problems when the little woman needs to lose weight.
Yeah.
Hey, Patriot.
Uncle Jim's saying he's got calf problems. I have ankle problems.
When the little woman what?
Nothing, honey.
No, I heard little woman.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, don't you put the blame on me, motherfucker. Boy.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
What's up, buddy? Look at the TV.
Tin Man, another favorite drink is vodka and cranberry juice. Guess what cranberry has in? Tons of sugar. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and drinking orange juice or cranberry juice, stuff like that, because all the sugar, you need to be careful about that too. But at least it's the natural sugar.
Yeah.
You know, someday they're going to be honest about it. They're going to say that it's not even so much the sugar, though it's a culprit. I'm not saying it's not, but it's going to be the high fructose corn syrup. Yeah. You know, diabetes just went crazy. Yeah, after they started putting that in everything. You know, I mean, it was the 1980s when Coke went from sugar to corn syrup, and it seemed like every year the numbers just kept going up and going up.
All right, Patriot Paul, I get it, Patriot Paul, but natural fruits is natural sugar. It's not processed sugar. So there's a little difference. Oh my gosh, Gunswatter. If I cut my legs off, can I have your big toe for a keychain? What am I, a rabbit? Do I amuse you? Am I a rabbit?
Oh hell.
It's true though. I got to lose weight. My calves are aching every day, whether I sleep all day or not.
That's not the problem, Jim. You're not getting out and getting some exercise. Do it out in the sun. Stress yourself.
Yeah. Well, I got to work on that. Otherwise, they're getting hacked. But no one's hacking them. I'll go out in the backyard and finish myself off before they hack my legs.
Why don't you walk down to the bottom of your hill and walk back up every day?
Well, yeah, I can go out hiking. Why do I have to use the driveway?
Well,
I got beautiful. I should show you videos of me hiking on my own land. It's beautiful. I should be doing it.
And I admit, I'm a hypocrite. You know, I should be out riding my bicycle. I hate walking unless I absolutely have to. Well, I love riding my bike, but I should ride down to the friggin' carryout, turn around, come right back up.
Oh my gosh, Heisei is here. We were just talking about this, Heisei. Where is it? Where is it? Anyway, I was showing that to him, the monk fruit instead of sugar. We were just doing that. Just pan back, circle back, just like Raggedy Ann doll. Biden's press secretary. Oh, Scotsman's here. Yes, that's the only reason he shows up. Because I mentioned that his beer doesn't have meat in it. Scotsman, you're not drinking meat beer. So there you go. Oh, I love this crap. I love this crap. I love the pot stirring. Oh, the pot stirring. Oh, yes. Yes. Anyway, yeah, I got to lose weight, get rid of sugar out of my life, and it is reversible. You can fix it as long as you're not too far gone.
I want to make sure I write this stuff down before it gets lost.
Pedro Paul, yeah, I'll send you a foot. Oh man, that's bad. That's so bad. You guys are late to the party. We were just talking about the sugar substitutes and all that stuff. And he say you got to get on here. You know that. Yeah, that sweetener is awesome. He say. I just showed it earlier, but I took my back screen off, so you'll have to circle back. Just a few minutes. All right, let's do a linky poo. Anyway, we're talking about all kinds of weird stuff here. And then, of course, I'm drinking rum that has lots of shit in it.
Oh, well, that's a damn shame, Hisa. Here's the tiger.
Tiger Family Cat. Who's Tiger Family Cat? Who is Tiger? Is it your Tiger Family Cat?
Just don't expect any sympathy from my parrots. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, he say I hate to hear that. "13 years old? That's it? Wow. Well, Scotsman, I was wondering what's in your beer. It's not meat. What makes a beer? It's hops and barley and all that bad stuff that isn't meat. I gotta get back at those guys anyway. Give me shit, I'll give it back. All right, so I heard when you use the monk fruit stuff here that I have. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Gosh. Anyway, do you have to use a little more in cooking? I don't know. I haven't cooked with it. I use it in my coffee. Because I drink coffee like a bitch. I like it like cocoa. I'm sorry he saw about the cat. I'm sorry. He'd say, sorry again. Sorry again about the saw. That's the worst. That's the worst. I got my old buck buried in the backyard, and I brought him here. You guys know that. brought them here and buried them in a 308 case. It's buried out front, right under my flagpole.
Okay, I have some coming to. It'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You found some? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Amazon has a ton of it. I went ahead and grabbed the stuff that Tinman suggested. It comes out of Florida, so I'm going to support the home team first. Give it a try, and if not, I'll try that. I have the brand you gave me. That's in my list. So, one cup a day at least. Yep.
It'll be much better in iced tea than white sugar, you know.
Yeah.
Brown sugar ain't too bad as far as sugars go, but yeah, white sugar is so bad. And I'll never go back now. It's good stuff. It's the closest thing, like I said. I tried all kinds of sugar substitute through the years. Everything tastes like medicine or whatever.
Yeah.
This actually is a decent sweetener. It's damn.
And I've drunk a river of black coffee like that, Scotsman. Sometimes it's nice to just put a little shot of, knock the bitterness off. My stomach's in bad enough shape as it is. Well, see, that's like the Coke Zero. It doesn't taste like Coke, but you have it's just a cola taste.
You mean this?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that?
Talking about that, I'll be back in just a moment.
Well, what you need to do is mix this with that. Yes. Right. That is a combo. Oh, let's see. Garage Guy is still here.
Well, what I'll do sometimes is take the go and I get free fountain drinks and free coffee at the truck stops because I buy so much fuel. So they just, you buy enough fuel every month, they give you. Yep.
I disagree, Pat. I disagree with that quote, Pat.
But what I'll do is sometimes I'll hit it with a little squirt of the vanilla or the cherry. That kind of kills that chemical taste.
Yeah, but I got to talk to Pat about this quote. No, it should be like cream and sugar with some sea hair. All right. Anyway. All right. With the bush. Cream and sugar with the bush.
Yeah, you get yourself a cream and sugar coffee, and it'll want your credit card to go buy a new purse.
You were comparing it. To women. I'm just saying they should be like cream and sugar with a bush. I'm sorry. All right. I'm trying to catch up with the side chat. It's going crazy now. Oh, where are we? You guys keep on rambling here. I'm totally toast now. All right, I think I'm close. Hobbies is still here. Kitman is still here.
This is a subject I don't want because it involves people that they're not here to jump in on the conversation. So.
Yeah. What? Anything goes. They can circle around and come back.
They can always watch the replay. Don't worry about it, Rollins. Let it out.
No, I'm just, Scotsman said that if you don't like Bush, you're lying. And he's not wrong, but also I like bare floors.
I think it depends on the type of carpet. So I had a girlfriend that was like a copper pot scrubber. And that thing needed to be shaved off because it was rough.
Yeah.
And painful.
It's got to be soft like a carpet. Yeah.
There was a side chick I was dating back when maybe 20, and she was a little Aryan girl, and she was nice and fine, and she doesn't need to trim herself up. This is just still mid 80s, so I mean girls were doing it, but it wasn't as common as it is nowadays. So, but yeah, other women I know, it was like, yeah, get the trimmers out.
James Pullard is here. Hey, James, how's it going? You're up late tonight. Yeah, I'm not going to any Starbucks. Are you crazy? What do they want? $8 for a coffee? Crazy.
Now I need to see who these. I'm hoping these are women that I'm looking up.
Well, so Scotsman. All right, so Scotsman is a bushman. All right, didn't know that. I thought he'd like it all shaved and everything. All right, that's good. All natural.
She's cute.
I like them all natural, except for the armpits could get a little.
That's okay if they're
Oh
blonde.
hell, even I shave my pits.
What?
Okay, here's. I'm half Greek and half Polish, so my hair, I'm hairier than a fucking gorilla. So you go and you take your shower, you scrub yourself down, and you get all that dirt off you. Then you lift your arm up, and you go to put your underarm deodorant in there. There's nothing but hair, so you're not. Be quiet. So
Are we? Yeah, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. Yes, we're perfect.
you're not touching your pits where the sweat comes from and where the glands are that cause all that stink. So you have these hair, this really pretty smelling hair that smells like dirty, skanky, 3-day-old armpits. Or you shave that hair off, and then you hit it with your underarm deodorant, and guess what? You don't stink and you don't sweat all friggin' day. Yeah.
All right, I'm saying yes, we're at the 4.5 mark. Here we go. You actually shave your armpits?
I don't use a razor. I just hit it with the trimmer and knock it down. I do it like maybe once every 2 months. I mean, there's plenty of hair right there.
And you're showing it too. I'm not even going to blow that up.
Don't make me take my shirt off. That'd stop the.
All right, here's my issue. I'm on YouTube, and there's certain gun channels I want to see a certain thing or whatever, and everyone for a while there, it was almost like Olight. They were maybe it wasn't gun stuff. Anyway, they're all doing man shavers, man grooming. Get down there, get down and get in there and get down on your balls.
I shave my friggin' balls. I shave my friggin' back.
I'm like, what the hell is going on with this world? People are they need man trimmers down there? What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Texas.
In the summertime, when you're sitting there stinking and sweating, and that hair's grinding your friggin' balls and your legs, fuck it.
All right, I got engine blood, so I don't have too much of a problem there. I don't even have hairy legs, so I can't talk.
I could make a friggin' fur coat out of the hair on my friggin' legs, and not to mention the hair on my friggin' back.
I just found that odd that everyone is promoting man grooming, the UFC, everyone. And I'm like, are you trying to turn into, are you guys dudes or what? We're supposed to be hairy. I wish I had hair. I don't have a bunch of hair because I got engine blood.
And the Yeah, I'd already been doing it for a while. And then a friend of mine was telling me how when he was, yeah, he was complaining to his gym coach about how he was always growing. The coach said, trim it, shave it down. Yeah. So,
All right.
my dick isn't hairy, but my friggin' balls are.
I would love to have. I don't want a hairy back, but I'd love to have hair on my, legs and arms and everything.
I mean, I guess you don't look like a girl. I understand that part, but damn, it's just bad. I mean, I'm hairier than she is. Yeah.
All right.
I'll be right back. These dogs are going to kill me if I don't give them a treat.
That's hilarious.
All right. So when we all grew up, they didn't have they just started with the roll-on and the speed stick and that sort of shit. But back in the day, deodorant came out of a can, and you wrecked the ozone layer.
Oh,
and it was great. So anyway, I'm at this Mexican market called Vallarta, and they import genuine. I don't know if this will show up. Shit. Genuine. Here, let me get rid of the background. Virtual background. All right. Whoops. We don't want that.
Uncle John is right. I start growing hair out my ears now. Yeah. Fruit? Okay.
So the big thing, you can get spray bottle, wreck the environment, kill the whales, shit now, in a can, like God intended. And you can have a whole big mat of hair under your arm, and don't matter.
You guys are killing me. We're at the 4:30 mark. What else is to be expected? Oh my God. Now, I will tell you, I got a text in the last live chat. Tin Man does need to shave his butt, okay? He showed his tattoo on his butt. He does need to shave his ass. Yeah, it's bad. Mrs. Tin Man should go ape on that, yeah. Mrs. Tin Man needs to get the old school razor and leave a few nicks. All right. Nick 'em for me, Mrs. Tin Man. Give him a nick and say, that's from Uncle Jim. Made your butt bleed. The way these chats go is crazy. It's crazy town.
I like the new the new Avatar garage guy.
Wearing sandals? Yeah, I got sandals on right now.
No, I just wear flip flops. The friggin' ants eat my feet every time.
Yeah, I'm wearing them right now. It's hot out. Well, these are whatever. They're cheap. They work. Yes. I want Mrs. Tin Man to do a video of her shaving your ass and put nicks in you and say, that one's for Uncle Jim, this one's for Pat, that one's for Scotsman and Rollis. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rollis. The garage guy says, thank you, Rollis. Oh. We're at that timeline. Short chat, yeah. Oh, please, God, no. You already sent me ass Aspray bullets. Gold bone strength.
Yeah, that's there's no argument about that.
You guys got to be careful. Baby powder is bad for women, so you can't baby powder your boils, okay? Because it's bad for women. Yeah, they found that out. Yeah.
That I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, I mean, using Gold Bond, it's yeah, like you said, it's supposed to be pretty bad on women. But when one advantage I have about that is I'm gone most of the week. So,
Oh my God. Jeez. Yeah. Stay away from baby powder around women. It's bad. They already proved it. I'm sure JFK will, RFK will ban it away from women. No, I'm never embarrassed. Never.
5 rounds. Now, according to my doctor, also, this is the nastiest stuff you can probably put in your body. It'll blow your liver up quicker than even antifreeze.
Energy drinks, yeah.
But there for a few months there, I was drinking like 3 or 4 at a time, a day. And yeah, the original. And then now it's like maybe on the weekends I drink 1 or 2 a day. Every course of 2 or 3 days.
Oh gosh. I just noticed here on StreamYard there's a little Wi-Fi thing, a little Wi-Fi button, and if you look at it, it tells you what your Wi-Fi is doing. That's weird. Is that new?
Now, is that on yours? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, it's just on whoever's hosting. There's a Wi-Fi thing. I don't know why.
Yeah, because everything, if I understand right, everything uploads to your computer, then your computer sends it out to StreamYard, something like that, right? So you're.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know why it's showing up all of a sudden. Gunswatter. Now, it's actually the baby powder itself. Asbestos isn't, you can't put it in products since 80 or whatever. No, baby powder is bad for women. They found it out. It causes cancer, all that stuff. It really messes women up. So don't use baby powder. Not that I do, but it does dry off your boils, yes. But no more baby powder in the house. Sorry about that, Patriot Paul. How big's the puppy getting now? That puppy's got to be twice the size now. Two-stage trigger. If the sear surface is lubricated, you don't have to worry about lubricated sear surface. You put a little lube on there if you want one.
I like to have just a touch of lube on anything that might have some spill on it, just for rust reasons more than function reasons.
Yeah, you can put a little just super light amount of grease on your stair surface, and artist brush, what I use, and just super light, and not drop it on there, just super light, and you're good to go for a long time.
Yeah, just for moisture repellent than anything else.
Yeah, all the Geissele triggers come with a little grease to put on your sear and hammer, but do a very light amount.
Now on my Bushmaster, the Rum Master, everything costs the camp. I'm not going to argue too much with that. Well, on my Bushmaster, it has a fantastic trigger, very light. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't reset, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does doublings.
That's not good. That's not good.
Right. And I think the main reason is the sear catch. It's not. The spring might be wore, and it's not coming up quick enough. But this is something that's been doing off and on for ever since I've had it. But I just hate the idea of pulling the trigger out, and just dropping a different trigger in.
Do it. If it's doubling and having issues, get that thing out of there.
Yeah. And,
I had a early burst. We're talking. Before all other ARs, Colton Bushmaster. I had an early one straight out of the box. Right out of the box, it doubled on me, and boom. And I'm at the range, I'm looking around like,
if nobody saw it, yeah.
And the first thing I did was replace it. But usually it's always the disconnector that does that.
Yeah.
As long as it's stock, it's usually the disconnector.
What I might do is either change out the disconnector and the disconnector spring, just leave the trigger and the hammer and the original trigger and hammer springs.
Oh yeah, he say my favorite. All right, maybe they're all old videos that were deleted. My favorite cleaning tool, and I can show you right now. I got a bunch of them. Is a hog hair, oil base. You could use any artist brush, and then you cut the tip on the other end of the brush to a point, and you can clean with it, and then you turn it around and lube with it. All right, put a drop of oil, do your rails. I should do a video. I've done old videos on that. That is how I clean. It's so easy. And then you got the sharp edge of the artist brush to clean your rails and get into everything and get everything clean, with rags, patches, whatever. My favorite tool of all time, I've done old videos, they're all deleted, is the artist brush with the half cut. And I'm amazed that Issei remembered that. I can go right now and grab it. That's my go-to. That's how you clean. Screw the little Q-tips and crap. No. Put it on a rag and get in there with the pointed end of the artist brush. Turn it around, put some lube on it, and lube. And you're done. Boom, bang, pow. Oh. All right. Yeah. Anyway, if it makes you nervous, put a little grease on your sear surface, hammer surface, but super light. Don't leave a blob. You just want to swipe. Actually, you don't need much on the brush at all. Then you rag your brush off, put it away until next time. Whatever lube you use next, you're good to go.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no on what? FDA approves.
Lube it like Diddy.
Dollar Tree art brushes. Well, I have some with plastic handles. I like the wood handles because you can carve them. And then when they get worn out, and then once they get about that big, you're done. Yeah. Anyway, you can go forever on an artist brush trick. I like hog hair because it's oil, but you can use the synthetic, whatever artist brush. And you can buy a whole kit for nothing, all sizes. I got tons that I have. Yeah. Super cheap for a kit. Rifle build, this connector is cheap. Yeah. I have a few triggers that say bad, do not use, doubles. You want to put that away. You don't want to be caught with that stuff. And it's just the way it happens sometimes. But,
what the funny thing is, when I might be shooting the PTR 91, which has like about a 40-pound trigger. I get done shooting that one, and I go to that Bushmaster, and the deer doesn't. It's just like, what? Oh, fuck.
Hey, triggers are so cheap. You can get a GI trigger, you can get a nice 2-stage trigger cheap until you start paying Geissele prices.
Yeah.
I like the one I got from, a couple I got from Heisei. What is it? I'll have to go grab it now. What's the initials for it? Jeez.
Patriot, well, we're talking about lube and using artist brushes for lubing. I don't know. Are you a painter? Do you have enough creativity to do that? You.
I've done paintings, yes. I've done paintings. I've done sketches on my wife sleeping on the carpet. Sketches with the carbon pencils.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have those somewhere, but I'm not really an artist, but it looks pretty good.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm kind of Renaissance-y, maybe.
Yeah. Chris from the 740 did a video on these the Streamlight clones, and
yeah, that'd be sketchy.
And I think I'd grab one. Well, how much are the Streamlights, anyways?
Probably 89 on sale, whatever.
Oh, so it's not like they're hundreds of dollars, right?
No. You're talking about TLRs? I have TLRs.
I guess I'm really not very well educated on lights.
Yeah, you might as well pay a little more. I don't think I'd trust a tack light from Harbor Freight. There's so many good ones on Amazon that are cheap. You might as well do that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I trust. I have TLRs. I like Streamlight. They're way better and surefire for price, and Streamlights work. So I got Streamlights. I got Olights. I'd rather buy an Olight than a Harbor Freight piece of crap.
I'm not opposed to Chinese, but if you can find something American that's relatively close in price.
Well, they're still Chinese, but they're made for Streamlight under their standards.
Oh, okay. So the Streamlights aren't American made then?
No, I think they're Chinese also.
Okay.
I'll look at the.
Well, then that changes. See that's like I buy Harris bipods because they're still made in Kentucky. The CV Lives, the Billy Bobs, the Blackhawks, they're all made. Everybody else makes them in China, and they're all the Harris bipod design, anyways. At least, I mean, for the most part. And you know what? I have a CV light. I did buy one of those CV light ones that are like $25. I mean, it's a bipod. I mean, but compared to the Harris bipod, the exact same thing. You just feel the quality. You just feel the better. And it's 40. Yeah, these ones are like $50 more than the Chinese made, and you're supporting an American company.
Wow, Scream lights aren't 150. I'd never pay 150 for a light. And I have Scream lights. You get them on sale. They're like $80-some. No. Anyway, as far as most stuff's in China, as far as that. Now you're talking bipods. We had a brand. Gosh, was it something Mountain? It wasn't Gender Mountain. It was something Mountain.
It was either Green Mountain. I had one. So yes,
I have a bipod. I think it's something Mountain, and that thing is every bit as good. Because here's a funny story. We used to sell both. Okay, we sold bipods, and I ordered a bunch and put them on the shelf. And my manager got pissed off because he's like, everyone's buying these and they're not buying these. And I'm like, what does it matter? The markup's the same. And they're getting this at the price of that. And whatever I bought, I'm still using it today after 20 years. It has never failed. And it's every bit as good. Every bit.
I gave my brother-in-law.
This might be before China everything.
Yeah. The green, I think it was called Green Mountain bipod, and I had the was it?
No, it's like Gander Mountain or something like that. I don't know. I don't it's even marked. I don't have the package anymore.
There's one I'm pretty sure that was called Green Mountain or Green Valley something.
No, Green Mountain is a 1022 barrel. This is like Gander Mountain or something with the B. Anyway, I started stocking them, and they sold like hotcakes, and they were every bit as good as twice the price.
And when I originally bought that one, I didn't realize the Harris were still American made. Then when I figured out that Harris was American made, you know what? I'll just take the ding, and I'll pay the little extra. Plus, I called Harris bipod just a couple years ago. I have this Harris bipod. It has to be at least 20 years old. It's been dropped. It's been dragged. It's been crushed in bags. So it's broken. Can I get it repaired? How much will it cost to get it repaired? She's there. Send it out. I'm there. Okay.
Yeah.
A week later, I had a brand new one in the bag, the exact same model. Yeah. No invoice or anything. They probably sent me an invoice, but
anyway, I have an exact copy 20-something years ago, and it's still kicking. Exact copy, half the price.
Yeah.
But everything is Chinese now, so that could have been American made. Yeah. All right. You say Surefire is in the U.S. I can't stand the son of bitches. Their suppressors, everything they make is 10 times the price. They are like gouging the shit out of you. I'm sorry, I don't like Surefire. I never will. I'm sorry, I'm just ranting right now. They are gougers. And their suppressors suck. All right, sorry, ranting. Continuing.
I don't know if Gander Mountain went under or not. I know that Cabela's was bought out by Bass Pro. I don't know if they bought Gander Mountain also. And Caldwell does offer bipods, but they're Chinese. Everything Caldwell does seems like everything they do is
they're
Chinese.
There's some really cheap bipods out there that are total crap, and then there's ones that are really good. You just gotta.
The Chinese can make good bipod. I'm not saying that they can't, and and you will get it at a better price.
You gotta check the ratings and feedback and all that. But I know there is some good Chinese bipod. I'm using a fake what do you call that thing? I'm using a fake one, and I've had that a long time. It's not the best. It's not like the original.
Now,
which is $300, by the way, and I'm not paying $300 for a bipod.
You're talking an Atlas model of some
Atlas.
sort.
Yeah. I got an Atlas knockoff. I had to shim it with O-rings, do all kinds of crap. I've been using that. That's my go-to one for ARs.
The
thing with the rail. Yeah, but it's cheap. It's not an Atlas, no. But am I paying $350 for a bipod? No, not me, not this guy.
The biggest problem, and Tin Man just touched on it, not just Caldwell. Harris does it also. The tilt mechanism starts to loosen up, and they're no good after a while. And I've gone away from them. Whenever I buy a bipod now, I just buy the solid base. That way, you don't have to worry about while you're trying to load it, and you start fighting your equipment.
Yeah, Patriot Paul. Everyone bitches about Olights because they gave them out to YouTube, right? I didn't go by that. I didn't even buy them because of that. I bought it because I liked it, and I'll see how long it lasts. And I haven't had an Olight crap out on me yet. The little tactical pistol lights, they're awesome. But everyone hates them because they hand them out. Okay, can I rant? I hate YouTubers. You know, when they get bigger and they're YouTubers and show you, oh, I got this and I got that. I hate YouTubers. Give me a regular guy that went out and bought it himself. A regular Joe that doesn't do the bullshit, YouTube bullshit. That's the guy I want to listen to. I don't want a YouTuber telling me what tech light I want or whatever, anything, shotgun, whatever. I'm sorry, I had to do my rant. I hate YouTubers. When people turn into YouTubers, I unsubscribe. When they turn into YouTubers, and there's a lot of people I liked before, they turned into YouTubers, and I unsubscribe.
I'll cut when people, as long as they're upfront, they say, "Hey, this was sent to me. It was free. They want me to do a video on it. They're doing a draw." If they're upfront about it, and as long as they're not just chill.
Well, that's what they turn into, though.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Eventually that. But yeah, if War Thunder ever offers me a opportunity to, get a couple $1,000s to put one of their videos or one of their commercials on front of my video, I'm going to take. I'll sit here and say, War Thunder is the greatest video game you could ever play. Then go on.
Yeah, because here's what happens. They turn into a YouTuber, and then they have like special members and stuff on their site.
Yeah.
You can be a member. I'm done. They're gone. I'm scratching off. I want a regular guy. I want an old guy that just tests something that he bought himself, and he likes it or not, and he'll tell you because he paid for it. I'm sorry, I'm done with YouTubers. I'm sick of YouTubers.
Oh no, I believe me, I feel that too. I mean, when they spend more time talking, plugging, doing plugs, and they're doing a free review, or not a free review. They're getting paid to do a review, and during that review, they have a bunch of other commercials, SDI and Forget Me Not, and all that. It just, and then of course they got 10 or 20 commercials. I was watching I think it was a 20-minute video, and had to have at least 10 commercials in it. I was like, damn, I'm not opposed to them making money. I'm happy, That's some of this Google money is yeah.
Okay, my question, anyone, we got 14 people here. Anyone out there, if you want advice on, if you want a review on something, who do you trust? The guy that paid for it out of his money, and he's half broke. He's just doing it. He's doing the best he can.
Here's what
he's doing the best he can. Or do you want a really sophisticated, super a video on, I'm super tactical and boom, 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 I'm tactical.
Okay, this is
yeah.
Here's my answer to that question. When they first do the draw and everybody's doing the same exact review, I'll watch 2 or 3 of them just to get an idea of what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I'll wait 6 months, a year maybe, because 9 times out of 10 when I see something drop, unless it's something amazing, I'm probably not going to buy it for at least a year or 2 anyways. And then you get some clown like me, or like the guys here, we do a review. It's like, yeah, I've been shooting this gun for 2 months. I've put 800 rounds or 1,000 rounds through it so far. This is what I found. It's done this, it's done that. Those are the reviews I concern myself with. I like the initial advertisement, but that's all it is, an advertisement. I've been made aware of something, and
a foof. Yeah, do the opposite of Uncle Jim. Oh yeah, don't give me a YouTube guy. I will search longer for a guy that just, hey, I bought this and I'm going to try it. We're going to test it for a few months or whatever. And no one gave it to me. I'm just a guy. That's the guy I watch.
Yeah, like I said, I have no trouble watching the shills, but I know I'm watching a shill.
There's so many out there, and and what really bugs me is some people want to be big channels. Don't try and be a big channel. Be yourself. Oh, gosh, for God's sakes, just be yourself.
I know. I agree with you. It's nice. Like I said, I kind of look at when you buy a gun magazine. It's going to be an advertisement for the Smith & Wesson, who just bought $10,000 worth of advertisement for that issue. Well, of course, their new gun's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. But at least you get the statistics, and you know what you're looking at. And then you wait 6 months or whatever. You watch more YouTube videos. You read the forums and whatnot. And the truth comes out pretty damn quick nowadays. That's why people don't like these professional writers and these whether it's PSA, LWR or LW. Yeah, I think it's LWR or Daniel Defense. That's why they don't like YouTube, because clowns like you and I can sit there. Okay, I'm going to try this gun. I'm going to spend this money, and let's just see what it really does. And maybe all the advertisements and the shills are right, or maybe it's a big piece of shit. You just never know.
Yep.
Yeah, turkey tends to be a pretty good reference.
Who is Turkey? I've never heard of Turkey.
Yeah, the show's called The Turkey's Opinion. He's a guy out of Ohio. And he does, I think he occasionally gets stuff, but he does a lot of stuff out of pocket. So, but he'll be up front with you. And he matter of fact, he's the only person who so far I've seen say that they've had trouble with the new Garmin chronograph. This was about a year ago now. Uncle Jim's Farm Farm and Dr. Zink Productions. Dr. Zink's production is just really sexy. That's why we like that one.
I agree with West Covina Dodge. If anyone deserves to be on Patreon and all that, Project Farm, he does all the work.
Yeah.
And he doesn't give a crap. He's going to show you what he got. And for a big guy, he is legit. So that's
I trust his stuff more than I trust a lot of others.
Because he shows you. You know, he tests them all. He shows you. He actually pays a lot on engines and parts and everything just to show you. So I do like that for a big channel. Project Farms is a good guy.
Now, does he do any firearm stuff at all, or is he?
No, he just tests equipment and lubes and everything else. You know, what's the best this or that, the grease or anything. Yeah.
Guns and Water, Dr. Zink Productions. It's more of a, because it's just a really sexy channel.
Just any day of the week, give me a regular guy that bought something and he just wants to test it and talk to you about it instead of some guy with a super production video and high def and all that. Who gives a crap? I don't want to listen to you. You're a shill.
Yeah,
And
like
so,
I said.
if I'm okay, a lot of times all of us look for stuff, right? We want to see what this is like before I buy it. It's on sale right now. I got to go on YouTube and check it out. What I do is I search down and I look for the little guys to compare it to the big guys.
Exactly. That's another way to do it. You watch that big guy. If nothing else, it's just fun to watch. Yeah, big guy says it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and then you got 10 guys who say, "The gun blew up in my hand. Look, my fingers are all gone."
Yeah.
So,
give me the little guy without a 10-minute intro and I'm shooting in my intro every time. Hey, screw those guys. There are some big channels that I do trust, but they're true to themselves. Okay, they're not sellouts. So there are some guys that are actually really good.
I don't know if you ever watch Hop or Brass Facts, and they do get stuff, and they do have they do have advertisements and stuff, but they seem to be willing to take shots at the stuff that they review, and they review stuff out of their own pocket also. So those are a couple that are fun to watch.
Yeah, Patriot Paul is he's right. If you're going to go the SIG pistols, go with the 365. Yes.
The only SIG pistols I'm interested in are the old double singles.
229, 226.
Yeah, the 22 whatever.
228, 229, 226. I had a 229 in 9mm, which is usually 40. And it was a forestry issued for forestry guys. Man, I should have kept that pistol. Yeah.
But yeah,
SIG 210's the tack driver. You gotta love the SIG 210, but there's a lot of controversy on that. What, 340? What do they call it? Yeah.
The 320.
320. Yeah. Big controversy. That there's a lot of shit going on with that Striker conglomeration they got there. They made it way too complicated, and the tolerances can't handle it.
Yeah, and even though they say everything's American made, apparently it's all made in India.
There's some from India, some parts. Yeah, that's a oof. I think SIG really screwed up there because they had a solid reputation, and they should have said, all right, we screwed up. We're going to totally redesign this. But the smaller pistol is okay. It's fine.
Yeah, the only plastic fantastic pistols I'm even remotely interested in are Glocks. Yeah, they as far as or the PSAs, and I've said this before. Yeah, you want to give me a Smith and Wesson? Yeah, I'll take it or whatever. But my interest in, I have a Glock and I have a PSA, and so any other automatics I buy, it's going to be either a Beretta of some sort or a 1911 of some sort, and but I'm trying to get my revolver collection built back up. So that's going to take forever.
Yeah, they screwed up. That one pistol really ruined the way that they kind of backpedaled on the pistol.
Well, and the thing is, they keep. I don't know if you watched that Mac video where Sig did a big interview with the Military Arms Channel, and you just gotta watch it. There's so much gaslighting going on, and they're blaming everything from keys getting in the holster to the holsters themselves, and people. They said, "Oh well, people had their fingers on the trigger," and even though the first one out there, I guess, is apparently a guy. I don't know who he is, but I guess he a competitor. He's standing there at the ready, and his gun just goes off in the holster. And apparently, it bounced off his pocket knife, and that's the only thing that kept him from taking a round through the leg. But they just keep fighting and arguing about it.
Yeah, I looked into that pistol because for the last 6 months, all you heard about is them going off. So I'm curious, right? I don't have one. And I looked at it, and then I got a good picture of the striker and how it works. That thing is way overly complicated. That shouldn't be like that. It's, a Glock will never go off like that. You can drop a Glock off a building. It's not going to go off. But the way that they did it, in the back end on the striker, that is not right. It's too complicated. They screwed up. They should have admitted it. It's too tolerance picky, and that's the problem.
What sold me on Glocks were when I started being able to afford buy guns. Of course, one of my first guns was a 1911, and I was still in that mindset. As far as automatics go, that's the only thing you really needed. I haven't played with the Berettas yet, but anyways, my dealer, who he was an old gunfighter for the Union. He started carrying a Glock 17. So I'd razz him a little bit about it. But one night we're at his house, and on his patio, which was on the second story, he had his 17 sitting on the banister, and we're just sitting there smoking and drinking cigarettes. We were drinking and smoking cigarettes, and the pistol got knocked off the banister, falls down to the first floor where his garage driveway was, bounced off the driveway, landed. He took it, wiped it down, unloaded it, checked it real quick, ran half a mag through because he was too damn cheap to run the full mag, and it was fine. Now, if that had been a Colt or a Springfield Armory or whatever, the friggin' gun would been twisted in half, probably. Bouncing off there. So that's where, it's like, okay, these things are serious.
Well, I got a funny story. All right, here's the story. This is a long time ago. I'm going to work or wherever, and I get up in the morning and I put my gun in my holster, and for some reason it wasn't all the way in, and it flipped out. And our last house, had a stairway that went down, then went to the left and went down again. And I had a little Glock 26 on me, and it rolled out and hit the stairs all the way down like this. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my
Bang, 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 bang.
I'm trying to duck, dodge, and weave. It rolled, it hit every stair like this, and it's pointing at me the whole time. And then it turns the corner and goes down the other stairs, and it didn't go off. And I laughed my ass off, but the whole time I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. And that's a true story. It was early in the morning. I was late. I had to get out the door, and it flipped down the stairs. Hilarious. Some guns can do that. Some can't. It depends.
Hobbies, I'm definitely.
1911 is all you need is a heavier hammer spring. You don't need a Model 70. Heavier firing pin spring. You know. Yeah.
Hobbies, I'm jealous of you. So now, if SIG had I think they were called the 550. They're 223 rifles.
You rock.
And they had those out. This is early 2000s. Like 210, whatever, 2010. I would love to have one of those, or the Italian AR-7 was the AR-70, which they developed at the Beretta developed at the same time. It just I'd like to have one of those just to have in the collection, but they.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. The problem with that gun, they should have fessed up and said, we're going to redesign that gun altogether. They tried to get away with having a light carry gun trigger. And so they made it so it was a nice trigger. You're all comfy. You're going to carry this, and you need a target trigger. Oh, you're going to carry this. It's going to be so good for you. And their tolerances of that whole striker, it's a cluster. I looked at it and I'm like, what are you guys doing? And they didn't fix it, and they should have went back to something solid.
Yeah, well, like I said, you watched that Mac interview. It's only a couple weeks old, maybe a month old now. If it's still up, I haven't checked. Just read the comment section. He gets bashed on so bad about being a shill, and Sig gets bashed on about just. The worst part is the guy who was representing Sig. He had his Glock pistol there, as for he was just using that as an example of a competition. Yeah, I bet.
Okay, here's another thing. When I was researching that SIG, I found out the old Taurus Millenniums could have the same problem. FN pistols, same problem. Even though they're different designs, they could drop. They could not. Sometimes they wouldn't pass the drop test. And what else? I was surprised at the FN for sure. The Millenniums were always an issue. They're done. They don't make those anymore, but they're still out there on people's schools. And there was two other guns that had the same drop issue. Modern guns. We're not talking older guns, because
right.
The older Star pistols. My boss, which was a cop, his partner had a Star pistol as a backup, 9mm, and it flopped out when he's at the locker room changing his gear and stuff. Mm-hmm. It flopped out and shot him right in the head.
Oh shit!
When it hit the ground. And I've had Star pistols. I've had the 45 PDs, the 9mm. I've had a lot of Star pistols, but you gotta remember they're not like super drop tests. Now a firing pin spring and extra power could have helped that, but
I'll be honest with you. And maybe it's just because I'm a slob, but I've never noticed, been able to tell the difference between. Yeah, people say, "Well, the 70 has such a nicer trigger." You know,
No.
to me, the 70 and the 80 series, the triggers are just pretty much, might as well say, the same. Now, if I shot 10,000 rounds a week and I was a competitor and I was shooting bullseye, and I was trying to have a perfect, maybe I would be able to tell the difference. I think most of the people who are the 80 had such a crappy trigger, most of them didn't pull the trigger enough times to know what a crap trigger is. Yeah.
Well, no, I got it mixed up. 70s is good. There's no mechanism. It's the 80s that has.
The 80 has the plunger.
When I talked earlier and said 70s, no, I didn't mean that. On a 70 series, all my 1911s are like that. I have none of that extra. Don't want the extra parts for one.
Yeah.
All you need is an extra power firing pin spring for drop. John Browning designed with a little extra help so inertia doesn't hit that. And you got to be just right to do that on a 1911 80. As far as trigger feel goes, I just don't like the extra parts on an 80.
Like I said, for at least for me, it's that's so cool. Also, used to be Canada was really cool about guns. Apparently, something happened. But
I know.
Yeah, like
Canada. Poor Canada, they could get Norinkos and everything, AKs. Hopefully, you get your right back in Canada. Rigger uses titanium pipe. Yeah, you can go lighter on that, but most of my 1911s, I put a heavier recoil spring, and it comes with a heavier firing pin spring for a shot, and then you're done. That thing's not going to go off when you drop it. Same with my Browning high powers. Even though those don't really go off. So
yeah, well, I mean, there's been more guns that gone off being dropped in the movies and on internet forums or magazine forums, whatever, than ever really did in real life. I'm not saying it didn't happen; it does happen. But
what's funny? I was watching a movie last night, and he drops a revolver and it went off. It's like, no way that Smith & Wesson's going off when you dropped it. But they did it for the movie,
I've been watching Kojak the last couple months, just watching the different, and just sure as shit, this guy is in a fight. He drops his pistol, and of course automatically it goes off and it hits him, and so he has to limp away, and it was just a Hollywood trope.
Yeah, but like a revolver has 10 rounds in it, and it's a 6-shot.
Yeah, exactly.
He's shitting in the movie, and I'm like, dude, you already shot your 6. Anyway, Gunswatter, how often do you drop a loaded gun? Actually, a week and a half ago, I dropped a gun, putting up targets, which was in a video. And, everyone gave me shit for the back brace. I dropped it, and it landed in the dirt. I had to totally clean that. It got in the clay and right on the muzzle and everything. And so, yes, you drop your guns off. It happens. If you carry a gun all the time, no matter how good you are, you're going to drop stuff. Has anyone dropped anything in their house, like a fork? Anything?
I've never dropped a gun like in the example you just said, but I have slid down the hill and dropped a gun while deer hunting, and sliding down the hill, 6 inches of mud, and like you said, you got to pick it up, clean it up, and you're pretty much done for the day.
Yeah, my question is, do you drop anything at home? Any tool, anything?
I've gotten to the point I just drop it on the floor because I know it's going to hit the floor anyways at least once. So
yeah. And so, yeah, I dropped one a week and a half ago. I was pissed. It had gritty clay all in the barrel, everything. I had to clean it. And it happens sometimes. Yeah, maybe it wasn't totally secure, but it's like anything. I drop a wrench in the garage. It's the same damn thing.
Now, guns and water, for the last that Freedom Ring, Scotsman's Freedom Ring videos, when I did mine, I was shooting, I started out with the PSA, ran it dry, and just dropped it, and grabbed my Glock 45, and finished off running it, and I ran a couple mags through it. So, yeah, I mean, I have dropped, but it was a deliberate drop also.
Oh.
And where I was shooting at, it was soft dirt and grass. It wasn't on concrete or anything like that. Yeah, you unload the gun, you push the gun through the fence, assuming it's barbed wire on the ground, then you climb up over the fence.
Yeah, if you're going to do stuff a lot, it's going to happen. So, anyone out there that said they never dropped a gun, man, you haven't been carrying one much. I don't know. Maybe it takes years, but it's going to happen. It happens to cops all the time. It happens to...
It's just like you hear these people say, oh, I'd never trust my gun to a gun that has ever even once failed. Buddy, if your gun has not failed, if it hasn't failed to, if you haven't had failures to fire, failures to extract, failures to load, you have not shot that gun enough. Because every gun will fail.
Well, I will say I've had a few that never have, but it's luck of the draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you do things long enough, it's going to happen. Whatever.
I had my last Block 17. I had after about I ran probably about 2,000 rounds through it, and I'm shooting it, and I had a stovepipe. So I took a picture of it, and I put a snarky little remark up there. Look, this Glock, after 2,000 rounds, failed to eject. And all the Glock people, they came out of the wood. It was just the gun failed. It was probably the shit ammo I was shooting. I was shooting some kind of cheap Winchester. But I mean, you would have thought I wiped my butt with the flag. The way they came out.
Okay, here I got to address this one. I've dropped more guns I've dropped more working on guns than anything. All right, our reloading rooms. How many times have we dropped shit in our reloading room? All right, I've dropped guns. I've dropped brass. I've dropped bullets. Everything in the primers. Like 20 primers hit the ground. I'm like, son of a bitch. We drop stuff. We're human. Tell me, anyone that reloads, they haven't dropped something on the floor.
Oh, hell, there's so much freaking stuff lying under the bench. So you got to move the bench, because it's a primer, and the damn things are too damn expensive not to let it, Yeah.
And the older you get, the more you drop. Let's see if there's any cougars out here. All right. Anyway, it happens, so I always drop a primer. James Bullard is still here. Wait a minute. Wait. All right, I'm trying to pee at the same time and quote. Wait, where is he? All right. Carpet square in front of my bench.
That way it doesn't hit concrete, yeah.
James, I always drop a cracker. Oh, Pat. Yes. Oh. Hey, it happens. It happens. You can have the best holster in the world, and sometimes it still happens. Whether you're like half pulling it out or whatever.
I too need the brass magnet, but I want to use that at the range. That way I don't have to bend over 10,000 times because somebody left a 22 case on the ground. Fine. Into the POW. Into the brass POW.
Jag for the win. Even the cats drop stuff, okay?
Hey, where the hell's Scotsman? He said we had to stay up, keep him entertained, then he just disappears on us.
Who?
Scotsman.
Oh, yeah. Well, shit, we're getting there. We should end this. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun chat.
Yeah, well,
there.
I was happy to see my cousin jump on like that. Hopefully he'll do it again. I think if we can get him on camera, you guys would really enjoy him. He's not much of a gun guy, but yeah, he's just an interesting fellow.
Oh yeah, yeah. You get maybe next week. Get him on.
It's more on him. I don't know how. He has no trouble standing in front of a big crowd of people playing guitar and doing that stuff,
but he's shy in a chat
sometimes. But once you get him going, you just sit back and let him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. Yeah. I'm the opposite. I only did guitar in front of people once. Small party anyway, and that was bad enough. So, yeah. I'm the opposite.
Okay, well then I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here and go push a couple dogs out of the bed and climb up next to Susie and call it a night. You have a good one, buddy.
All right, you take care. Thanks for coming on, Rallis. It was fun chat.
See you.
Good to see you, Rallis.
See you, Pat.
I've dropped a chef knife. Yeah, knives in the kitchen. How many times have we done that and almost lost a toe? Yes, that's right, Uncle John. I've dropped rifles, pistols. You drop stuff sometimes. So it's good if they're safe. Now, for SIG's sake, some of those pistols are safe. It's just tolerance. You got a good witch or a bad witch on that particular pistol. Some are safe and some are not. It's tolerance on that. Just looking at the way it's made, designed. Anyway. All right, Pat. Last words. Last talk.
Last words is Winona's Big Brown Beaver.
Oh, Pat. You're a sick puppy, Pat.
Now the bass playing on this, Jim. I mean, just to listen to the bass playing.
I know. I watched it. I watched it. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
So you're pushing that song. You want that song in a video?
No. I want you to discover Primus. That's just something that wasn't around back when we were kids. This is Good stuff.
Okay, just remember there's copyright issues with music on YouTube. Big.
Yes.
So, all right. Ritter. What does Ritter mean? Riddler? Anyway. All right, Pat, any last words before we affoof?
No, that's it.
All right, everyone in the side chat that's still here, I love you guys. It's been fun. And until next time. And here we go. And affoof!